Well, howdy out. Well, howdy out there. It's me, Daniel J. Newman, Burning Bushes, and today's stream is called Out of Darkness. So there's a lot of things that God saved me from: obesity, alcoholism, but also occultism. And where does that all come from? Well, it's an ancient enemy, and it's can be very easily paired with Gnosticism. So we're going to talk a little bit about Gnosticism and what the church has done to save us from it, to defend the truth. So, first, we're going to start with the OCA, protecting the church from falsehood and heresy. Near the end of the first century and on to the second century, many false writings about Christ were produced. Some of these were the so called apocryphal writings, not to be confused with the Old Testament Apocrypha, or pseudepigrapha. These writings, each one usually bearing the name of an apostle or another prominent New Testament figure in an attempt to give it more authority, introduced into Christian circles many fanciful, legendary stories about the childhood of Christ, the life of the Virgin Mary, and the activities of the apostles. Together with the pseudepigrapha, there also appeared the false teachings of Gnosticism, a group of related heresies which sought to transform Christianity into a kind of spiritualistic, dualistic, and intellectualistic philosophy. The first of the great church fathers, Saint Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyons, from 130 to 200 AD, wrote a monumental work called Against Heresies, which powerfully refuted the various forms of Gnosticism. In this work, St. Irenaeus emphasized three crucial ways by which to distinguish heretical groups from true Christian churches. First, all the true churches, no matter where they are located, hold the same basic doctrines, known together as the rule of faith. In contrast, the various Gnostic groups disagree among themselves in their beliefs. Second, all the authentic churches can trace their origins back to one of the original apostles, with their bishops coming down in direct descent from that apostle. This is known as apostolic succession. The Gnostic groups, however, could not claim a similar lineage back to the apostles. Third, whereas the various Gnostic groups each had their own writings which they followed, the true churches only considered the Gospels according to the evangelists Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John to be divinely inspired. St. Irenaeus' strong affirmation of these four Gospels helped to solidify the first crucial step in the very long and tremendously important process by which the organized church selected the 27 books, which would eventually which would eventually comprise the New Testament scriptures. In this canonization process, the church had to determine which of the many writings circulating among the various Christian communities were to be accepted as scripture and which ones were to be rejected. The canonization process was not completed until the end of the 4th century. In fact, the earliest list of exactly the 27 New Testament books that we have today was not compiled until 367 AD. This list, drawn up by St. Athanasius the Great, was based on the usage of his church in Alexandria, Egypt. Another dangerous threat to the stability and integrity of the church in the 2nd century arose in about the year 160 in Central Asia Minor, the sect known as Montanism. This strict, rigorous fundamentalist group arose partly in protest to what was perceived as a growing laxity of spiritual fervor and moral purity among the majority of Christians. Like many such groups throughout Christian history, they were overly apocalyptic, being convinced that Christ would return in their own day. Also, they had an overemphasis on supernatural manifestations such as prophecy and probably also speaking in tongues. Montanism was founded by a man named Montanus, who claimed that he and his two prophetesses, the female version of prophet, Priscilla and Maximilla, were the chosen instruments for the dawning of the end times and a new, purer, more spiritually advanced age of the Spirit. However, they prophesied in a strange, frenzied way, contrary to St. Paul's injunctions in 1 Corinthians 14:32 through 33 and 1 Corinthians 14:40. Also, some of their so-called prophetic messages contradicted the Gospels and St. Paul's epistles. For instance, they forbade fleeing from persecution, violating Christ's words in Matthew 24:16. And they strictly prohibited second marriages, superseding St. Paul's words in 1 Corinthians 7:9 and 1 Timothy 5:14. For these reasons, and also because of the movement's judgmentalism and divisiveness, the Church condemned Montanism in the several local councils in Asia Minor in the year 200. This next one is from the website The Catalog of Saint Elizabeth Covenant, or Elizabeth Convent, the Catalog of Good Deeds, in their Orthodox Theology section. And who's it written by? Archimandrite Vasilos. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is written by Archimandrite Vasilios. So here we go. Archimandrite Vasilios looks at the growth of popular interest in Gnostic writings, arguing that the Gnosticism of today is far removed from the tendency the early church fought for so long, particularly in its view of the material world. In support of this view, he examines the formation of the New Testament canon and some of the most prominent Gnostic texts from the first centuries AD. Over the past few years, there has been an enormous popular interest in Gnosticism and early Christian writings. Bookshops are full of material on the subject, and on Christian holidays, the media bombards us with television productions on the topic. But the Gnosticism that is today being hailed as the original Christianity is anything but the Gnosticism that plagued the Christian church between the 2nd and 4th centuries. One of the main characteristics of Gnosticism was an ethos that saw the material world as inherently evil. To the Gnostics, therefore, the idea of God made flesh, a thing evil and beyond redemption, was repugnant and ridiculous. Think total depravity. For the Gnostics, salvation could only be achieved by an escape from the body and the material world. Christ, therefore, according to the majority of the Gnostic writings, only appeared to be a man. His body was nothing more than a cloak or a mask by which he could be seen and touched, but which had no bearing on his person. As a result, many of the Gnostic writings do not contain a narrative of the crucifixion and resurrection, for these were not considered by the majority of the Gnostics to be saving events, but are accounts of Christ's secret teachings, often allegedly imparted to one or other of the apostles. The Gnostic writings that do contain narratives of the Passion and Resurrection are often imbued with a strong Gnostic ethos. A Christ that feels no pain on the cross is a classic example. The Gnostic writings, for the most part, were effectively polemic works which attempted to refute or ridicule the Christian belief that Christ was truly man as well as God. But they were also largely synonymous works, falsely attributed by the author to an important Christian figure, usually an apostle. By contrast, Gnosticism is today being upheld by many as the exact opposite, a Christianity that saw Christ as a mortal prophet and not as the Son of God. And they claim that this form of Christianity, which some now claim is Christianity in its original unadulterated form, was suppressed by the Constantinopolitan Church, which portrayed Christ, the mortal prophet, as a divine being. How these Gnostic works can today be understood and put forward by anyone with half a brain cell as a Christianity that saw Christ as purely human and not divine is quite beyond my comprehension. In order to illustrate that the exact opposite is true, we will look at just a few of the best known of the lost Gospels, which still survive, if only in part, today. But to start with, it would be helpful to first have an idea of how the church decided which of the many different sacred texts that were being written and circulated were authentic. the New Testament canon. In the early life of the church, people who claimed to adhere to true Christian teaching believed in all kinds of strange things. Some believed in one God, but some believed in two. Others believed in as many as 365. Some believed that some believed that Christ was both God and man. Others believed that he was only one or the other. There were those who believed that Christ's death and resurrection brought salvation to the human race, but others who considered it to be irrelevant. Some even believed that Jesus never died. Today, one well may ask, why did they not just read their New Testaments? But the answer is simple. There was no such thing at that time. The variety of Christian writings that were being circulated in the local churches created the need for the formation of a New Testament canon, a selection of authoritative Christian texts. The formation of such a canon took some time to develop, beginning around the end of the 2nd century with Irenaeus' fourfold gospel, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which even now, after all the recent discoveries of early Christian writings, such as those of the famous Nag Hammadi library, remain the oldest historical records of Christ's life on earth, and ending with the famous encyclical by Saint Athanasius the Great in the 4th century, when for the first time we see the 27 books of our New Testament listed as the only canonical books of the New Testament. But what was the Church's criterion for inclusion of a book in the New Testament canon? For a book to be canonical, it had to be 1, ancient, it had to be written near the time of Christ, 2, apostolic, the book had to be written by an apostle or by a companion of the apostles, 3, Catholic. Different churches use different scriptures. To be included in the canon, a book had to have widespread acceptance among the local churches. 4, Orthodox. The 4th criterion was by far and away the most important. To a certain degree, the first 2 criteria hinged on this one criterion. If the theology of a sacred text was not orthodox, then it could not have been apostolic or ancient. A good example of how the orthodoxy of a book helped determine its apostolicity can be found in Eusebius' account on Serapion and the Gospel of Peter. Serapion, a bishop of Antioch during the late 2nd and early 3rd centuries, paid a visit to one of his churches in the village of Rosos, where he learned that the church there used a gospel written by the apostle Peter in their worship. Serapion saw no problem with this, for he assumed that the gospel had indeed been written by Peter. After returning from his travels, he was informed that the so-called Gospel of Peter was in fact a docetic gospel. Now, docetic, I'm sure they're going to get into it, but it essentially is that Gnostic idea that the material world is evil and everything is from the spiritual world that comes from God. But that's not the best definition. That's just a real quick, if you're reading along and you never came across that word, docetic. Serapion acquired a copy of the book, and he noted that it was indeed shot through with docetic ideas. Serapion then sent an encyclical to the church in Rosos on the so-called Gospel of Peter, instructing them not to use the gospel in their worship. For Serapion, the fact that the Gospel of Peter contained docetic theology was evidence enough that it was not written in the time of the apostles. Therefore, it could not have been written by St. Peter, nor was it ancient. But it should not be thought that the orthodoxy of a Christian work was the sole criterion for determining its inclusion in the New Testament canon. The Shepherd of Hermas, a Christian text that the Church never considered to be heretical, was not included in the New Testament canon simply because it was known to be a relatively recent work. Not all of the early Christian writings that did not find their way into the canon were considered to be heretical. Indeed, some of those works have been integrated into Orthodox tradition, but all of the above 4 criteria had to be met if there were to be included in the canon of the sacred scripture. The Gnostic writings, however, simply did not meet a single one of the basic above mentioned criteria. In recent times, certain scholars have questioned the authorship of some of the New Testament writings. But this should not lead us to the conclusion that such books should now be omitted from our New Testament, for the Church has a fifth criterion: tradition. As Bishop Callisto Ware has put it, a book is not part of Scripture because of any particular theory about its dating and authorship, even if it could be proved, for example, that the fourth Gospel was not actually written by John, the beloved disciple of Christ. This would not alter the fact that we, the Orthodox, accept the fourth Gospel as Holy Scripture. Why? Because the Gospel of John is accepted by the Church and in the Church. In other words, even if a work is proven today to not be written by the person to whom it is attributed, its orthodoxy and Catholicity, its enduring position in the New Testament canon, and in the life and tradition of the Church means that such a book maintains its authority and so remains a part of the sacred canon of the Holy Scripture. Ancient, Apostolic, Catholic, Orthodox. Such were the criteria for determining a book's place in the New Testament canon, and the Gnostic writings simply did not qualify by a long shot. But if the Gnostics were to have any chance of having their views recognized as sacred scripture, they had to pass off their theological ideas as apostolic. And so many Gnostic Gospels were written by their authors in the name of one of the apostles. We will now look at a few of these texts, beginning with the Gospel of Peter, which I briefly mentioned above. Before the discovery of the surviving fragment of the Gospel of Peter in 1886, we knew of this Gospel from the Christian historian Eusebius, as we saw above. It was probably written in the early 2nd century, making it the oldest surviving Gospel from outside of the New Testament. This Gospel, unlike many Gnostic Gospel, deals only with the passion and resurrection of Christ. It could perhaps be described as the first Passion play. The fragment begins with Pontius Pilate washing his hands, an account found in the New Testament only in the Gospel of Matthew, but the Gospel of Peter slightly differs in what the Gospel of Peter slightly differs in that the Jews in Peter's Gospel are described as refusing to wash their hands, thereby refusing to proclaim themselves innocent of Christ's blood. This is more in line with the more anti-Semitic literature of the 2nd century, something which is not found in the writings of the 1st century, to which the New Testament belongs. As the narrative progresses, we come across an account of the crucifixion, which in some ways resembles those of the New Testament, but significantly differs in other respects. Christ is crucified between two criminals, as in the New Testament Gospels, but we are told that he was silent, as though he had no pain. This is clearly a docetic interpretation of the crucifixion. He was silent as if he had no pain because he had no pain. In the Gospel of Matthew, shortly before Christ dies, he exclaims, my God, why have you forsaken me?" In the Gospel of Peter, we read something similar, but it has a distinctive Gnostic twist. My power, why have you left me?" Here, Jesus is mourning the departure of his divine nature from him before his death, leaving only his human shell on the cross, something that is very much in line with the views of the Gnostics. Reading on, we come to a rather bizarre narrative of the resurrection. The stone of the tomb rolls away of its own accord, and from within 3 men appear. The heads of 2 of them reach up to the skies, and they support the third, whose head reaches beyond the skies. Behind them appears a cross, and a voice from the heaven asks, "Have you preached to those who are asleep?" To which the cross replies, "Yes." A Christ who feels no pain on the cross, who then resurrects in the form of a living skyscraper, accompanied by a talking cross. This is hardly a gospel that portrays Christ as a mere mortal prophet. The Infancy Gospel of Thomas. The Infancy Gospel of Thomas probably dates back to the first half of the 2nd century and is an account of Christ's life as a child, which is an area of Christ's life that many Christians are still curious about. If Christ as an adult was the wonder-working Son of God, what was he like as an infant? According to the author of the Infancy Gospel of Thomas, he was a nasty piece of work. Imagine an ill-tempered, vengeful, badly behaved schoolboy with deadly magic powers, and you have the ASBO Jesus of the Infancy Gospel of Thomas. In chapter 3, for example, we read, "The son of Annas, the scribe, was standing there with Jesus. Taking a branch from a willow tree, he dispersed the waters which Jesus had gathered. When Jesus saw what had happened, he became angry and said to him, 'You godless, brainless moron, what did the ponds and the waters do to you? Watch this now. You're going to dry up like a tree, and you will never produce leaves or roots or fruits.' And immediately this child withered up completely. Then Jesus departed and returned to Joseph's house. The parents of the one who had been withered up, however, wailed for their young child as they took his remains away. Then they went to Joseph and accused him. 'You are responsible for the child who did this.'" And the examples of the God child's vengefulness continue in chapter 4. Next, he was going through the village again a and a running child bumped his shoulder. Becoming bitter, Jesus said to him, "You will not complete your journey." Immediately he fell down and died. Then some of the people who had seen what had happened said, "Where has this child come from, so that his every word is a completed deed?" And going to Joseph, the parents of the one who had died found fault with him. They said, "Because you have such a child, you are not allowed to live with us in the village, or at least teach him to bless and not curse, for our children are dead." In chapter 5, Joseph expresses some concern about the behavior of Jesus. And taking his child aside, he warned him, saying, "Why are you doing these things? These people are suffering, and they hate us, and cause trouble for us." Then Jesus said, "I know that the words I speak are not mine. Nevertheless, I will be silent for your sake. But these people will hear, they will bear their punishment." And immediately his accusers became blind. When they saw what he had done, they were extremely afraid and did not know what to do. And they talked about him, saying, "Every word he speaks, good or evil, is an event and becomes a miracle." And in chapter 6, when Joseph saw that Jesus had done this, he was outraged and took his ear and pulled it extremely hard. Then the child became angry and said to him, "It is enough for you to seek and not find, but too much for you to act so unwisely. Do you not know that I am not yours? Do not trouble me." Here, we can see that the author of this gospel is making a point that Christ is the Son of God and not the son of Joseph, and focuses on Christ's divine nature even in infancy. Again, not a gospel that focuses on Jesus's human qualities. The Coptic Gospel of Thomas. Unlike the Gospels of our New Testament, which combine narrative accounts of the life of Christ with sayings, the Coptic Gospel of Thomas is nothing more than a gospel of sayings. The date of this gospel is still debated by scholars. The difficulty in dating the gospel arises from the difficulty in deciding whether or not it is in fact a Gnostic gospel. But there were many forms of Gnosticism. This gospel does not appear to display the docetic or dualistic ideas found in many of the other gospels, but it expresses the belief that people have the capacity within themselves to perceive the kingdom of God on earth. This might sound compatible with Orthodox theology, but it also suggests that this perception of the kingdom on earth is achieved by a quasi-intuitive knowledge of the mysteries of the universe and of secret formulae indicative of that knowledge, something very much in line with Gnostic teaching. It is therefore most likely that this gospel does not go back earlier than the late 2nd century, although some contemporary scholars do not accept this conclusion, and some even claim that this gospel is in fact older than the canonical gospels, and have even suggested that it was written by Christ himself. But the most sensible biblical scholars and historians agree that it does not date anywhere near the time of Christ, and was certainly not written by Christ, or by Thomas, or by any other apostle. The Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. Like the vast majority of text in the Nag Hammadi collection, the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter is heavily Gnostic. It was probably written around 200 AD. The description of the crucifixion is an example of Docetism gone mad, picturing Jesus as laughing and warning against people who cleave to the name of a dead man, thinking they shall become pure. And in typically docetic fashion, it presents Christ's flesh as nothing more than an illusion. He whom you saw on the tree, glad and laughing, this is the living Jesus. But this one into whose hands and feet they drive the nails in his fleshy part, which is the substitute, being put to shame, the one who came into being in his likeness. But look at him and me. The Gospel of Judas. The most recent discovery of early Christian writings is the so-called Gospel of Judas. Though we already knew of this gospel from our historic sources, Irenaeus in the 2nd century makes mention of it. They declare that Judas the traitor was thoroughly acquainted with these things, and that he alone, knowing the truth as no others did, accomplished the mystery of the betrayal. By him all things, both earthly and heavenly, were thus thrown into confusion. They produce a fictitious history of this kind, which they stylize the Gospel of Judas. This gospel dates back probably no earlier than the 2nd century, since it contains theology that is not represented before the second half of the 2nd century, and since its introduction and epilogue assume the reader is familiar with the canonical Gospels. The Gospel of Judas, as suggested by Irenaeus' comment on the Gospel, portrays Judas in a very different perspective than do the Gospels of the New Testament. The author of the Gospel of Judas interprets Judas' act not as betrayal, but rather as an act of obedience to the instructions of Jesus. This conforms to a notion current in many forms of Gnosticism that the human body is a spiritual prison, and that Judas served Christ by helping to release Christ's spirit from his human body. Furthermore, the Gospel of Judas claims that of all the disciples, Judas alone knew the true teachings of Christ, asserting that the disciples had not learned the true gospel, which Jesus taught only to Judas Iscariot. One of the aspects of this gospel, found also in the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter, that has drawn a great deal of attention is found at the beginning of the narrative, during the Eucharistic prayer when Christ laughs. Some have claimed that this gospel of the laughing Jesus portrays Christ in more human terms than those of the New Testament. But the narrative indicates that Christ's laughter has a very different agenda. One day, he was with his disciples in Judea, and he found them gathered together and seated in pious observance. When he approached his disciples, gathered together and seated, and offered a prayer of thanksgiving over the bread, he laughed. The disciples said to him, "Master, why are you laughing at our prayer of thanksgiving? We have done what is right." He answered and said to them, "I'm not laughing at you. You're not doing this because of your own will, but because it is through this that your God will be praised." In the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter, Christ's laughter not only signifies his inability to feel pain, his laughter, as in the Gospel of Judas, is there to ridicule those who believe that their salvation will be achieved through the death of Christ's humanity, which is commemorated in the mystical supper, mirrored in the Eucharistic prayer of the apostles in the Gospel of Judas. It is through this that your God will be praised. For the author of the Gospel of Judas, like so many of the Gnostics, the death of Christ had nothing to do with the salvation of the human race. The Christ of the Gospel of Judas is laughing at those who believe that Christ's death brought salvation to the world. The real Jesus. We have looked at just a few examples from Gnostic writings that some popular writers and even scholars today claim are older than those of our New Testament. And some even claim that these writings present Christ as a mere mortal prophet and not divine. I hope I have adequately illustrated that this is utter nonsense. Most biblical scholars and historians today still agree that these writings were far later than those of our New Testament. And yet, year after year, books are published on the topic of early Christian writings telling us the exact opposite, with titles such as The Real Jesus, The Historical Jesus, or something similar. But it remains the case that it is the Orthodox Church that has preserved the truth about Christ, and it continues to preserve that truth today, fully God and fully man, of the same essence as God in divinity, of the same essence as us in humanity. The criteria for inclusion and the New Testament canon were laid down for good reason. And of all the Gospels that we know of, only the Gospels of our New Testament fulfilled those criteria. To find out who the real Jesus is, one does not need to look very far. He will find what he is looking for in the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. All right, I got one more article, but I'm going to read the chat. We got Bond out here peeking in from the burning bushes. He's taking a look. What are you doing back there? What's going on over here? Zealot's Den says, hey, C-Sal. Hey, BBC. How's it going, Zealot's Den? Christ is risen. AKA the Frog Man. I am the Frog Man now. C-Sal's here. Bond, you got to stop lurking in the bushes. It's freaking people out, says C-Sal. So C-Sal says, I baked chocolate chip, walnut, and pecan cookies with Gavalia semi-sweet chocolate chips. Sounds delicious. Zealot's Den says, I'm just a material girl living in a material world. Christian Pike says, howdy. Red Leg Piper says, what's good, everyone? It's going well. Christ is risen. Zealot's Den says, I'll be waiting for your trad wife short about you making them, C-Sal. Okay. Zealot's Den is saying hi to people. Christian Pike is wishing everyone well. Hey, Gangster Ghost. C-Sal knows that she is the worst content creator. She found that out today on the stream. All right, everyone's saying hi to everybody. Christian Pike says, I got a nice new bookshelf for free. Excellent. And Gangster Ghost says, sorry, Daniel, only Frogman there is Claude. Oh. Well, I'm into frog stuff. How about that? Zden disagrees with C-Sal that she's not the worst content creator ever. So you guys will have to sort that out in the chat. In fact, I can make a poll. Yeah, how about that? All right. Start a poll. Is C-Sal the worst content creator on YouTube? All right, let me know what you think with your engagement in the polls. All right, so I got another article to read here. I hear thunder out there, so there might be a storm. Hopefully we maintain our power. And then we will open up the panel. So don't go too far. Don't go too far, folks. So first we got to read something from Peter Tudor, a Romanian writer. Tudor. Oh, okay. His first name's Tudor. Romanian writer Tudor Petcu is a graduate of the Faculty of Philosophy, University of Bucharest, Romania. He has published a number of articles related to philosophy and theology in different cultural and academic journals. His work focuses on the evolution of Orthodox spirituality in Western societies, as well, and he's going to publish a book of interviews by Westerners converted to Orthodoxy. In this article, he interviews American convert to Orthodoxy Nicholas Smith, whose spiritual journey was marked by a series of research experiences, each one contributing to the edification of his inner world. All right. So the first question is, how would you describe yourself before becoming an Orthodox? By this question, I want to make reference especially to your spiritual personality before joining the Orthodox Church. I think the best way to frame a description of my spiritual life before becoming Orthodox is to mention the reason why in America the term spiritual has become the term used to separate one's spiritual life from organized religion. The statement, I'm spiritual but not religious, is now the preferred way to state that although I am interested in the transcendent and supernatural, I won't be controlled by a rigid belief system. The practice of spirituality can be edifying and transformative. Alcoholics Anonymous has produced much fruit for Orthodox Christians, but most people who identify as spiritual and not religious are using it as a means to feel good about themselves. They are influenced by New Age theosophical or Gnostic speculation, monistic idealism, and spiritism without any necessary conviction. Their spirituality may be born of a desire for the infinite and God, but mostly becomes ways of seeking out ecstatic or supernatural experiences apart from moral responsibilities. Nonetheless, growing up in a reformed evangelically influenced church, I had the same feelings about religion as those who separate themselves from the church. I wanted to love God and thirsted for his presence, but it never manifested for me except as an effective and conceptual framework imposed by the religious authorities in my life. To be fair, I had a sense of God's presence through some Christians in my life, even in the church I grew up in. But when I struggled to meet the moral standards of my church, I was not given compassion. By the time I reached high school, the only cure I saw for my lack was in altering my state of mind. I had started having daily panic attacks, overwhelming anxiety, a sense that I was looking on the world through a TV monitor and invisible to everyone, while their presence was acrimonious to me. I began to have a solipsistic. I used to have a. I began to have a solipsistic concern with myself, slipping into a deluge of drugs and alcohol, and maudlin spite for myself. But even so, I saw no answer to my problems. When I was hurting, my pastor was derisive. When I was abused and scared, my scars were ignored. And when I had a need to be healed and loved, I found nothing but cold abandonment. I saw the God I was taught to believe in only I saw the God that I was taught to believe in only existed in a realm beyond the horizon that I couldn't touch. This God had completed his relationship to us with the penal substitution of his son to displace anger towards our disobedience. All of what I was given of this God was conceptual and a moralistic epistemological framework. Eventually, I reached a point of such a limited horizon of future possibilities for happiness that I could see only one path to peace, abandoning my responsibility to the authorities in my life and to life itself. I did this through an attempt at suicide. But even as I gave up hope in my church's God and hit a bottom of spiritual and emotional bankruptcy, I could not bring myself fully to let go of life or of God. When exactly when exactly took place your meeting with Orthodox spirituality? And why was this meeting so meaningful for your inner world, or let's say for your own spiritual growth? I think my meeting with Orthodoxy really began with reading Dovetsky. I started opening up to God after my bottom, but it wasn't until I read Crime and Punishment in my junior year of high school that I felt a text had done justice to the depths of human suffering, the extent of historical baggage, and the true depth, and particularly of human beings, while showing it could be redeemed. In the novel, all the complexities, schismatic compulsions, and existential illusions born of human desire were illuminated and shown for what they were, from a light coming from beyond the limited horizon of Raskolnikov's solipsistic world. This light was what broke through Raskolnikov's solipsism and was what broke through to my own. It was present not in the self-righteous like Father Farapont and the brothers Karamazov, who imagines himself being carried up to heaven like Elijah for his ascetic perfection, but in the feeblest creatures. In Crime and Punishment, it is found an ashamed prostitute, Sonia, who is forced into such degradation by her alcoholic father. It is in her feebleness and humility she shines the light of love that opens up Raskolnikov's world to new possibilities. Raskolnikov's world to new possibilities. It is her love that brings to light the suffering and sickness of Raskolnikov and the conceptual and passionate bindings he is being possessed by. It is this love that allows her to give up her own desires and desire to carry his burdens and suffer his sufferings. She opens up another world of infinite possibility to Raskolnikov by meeting him with the undying light of the uncreated energies. When I was confronted by this love in Sanya, it was okay that I was the scared, suffering, suffocating little body of sickness running about, trying to protect his ego, because in the context of the excess of this love, I still had hope to change. I experienced love that could even touch with tenderness the madness of Raskolnikov's world. It was at that point, by the end of the epilogue, I was present also to the light of this love. I saw for once the possibility that I could be seen by God and not abandoned, loved, and yet still redeemed in spite of my complete lack of ability to account for it. I saw a God that could actually love and heal me because there were not limits to his love. I was encountered by a God I've longed for and loved ever since, but still, it took a while to know who was the God of orthodoxy. It wasn't until college and started it wasn't until college and started to read Orthodox theology that I saw who this God was, or rather, where he was. I read about the lives of saints, encountered the theology of Russian emigres like Vladimir Lossky and Paul Avdokimov, and came to know that the God I had seen or was seen by was the God of orthodoxy. This God was uncreated and only known in his love, which was himself in his energies. His grace was his relation to me that would transform me to partake in his divine life and be a healing presence in the universe. The first time I came to a divine liturgy at an Orthodox church, it was beautiful. The lyrical imagery in the prayer was beyond any system of signification. The sensing of the icons all brought me into contemplation, but yet it took a little while for me to submit to ecclesial authority and let go of all my expectations. Even as I entered the church, I still had trouble with its authority. I believed apophatic and mystical theology of the Godhead in man, but not in the fullness of my need to change yet. I had a dream where the love of God met me in an unspeakable manner that brought me into orthodoxy. But then I expected these experiences every day. I thought at first that Orthodox spirituality was like consuming sugar rather than the hardtack it can be at times. I thought the vision of God, Theoria, was immediate rather than a process. It took me a while to see that Orthodox spirituality is like manna or seeds planted every day to be received into your life one day at a time. That the goal of this spirituality is to realize everything you have is given to you out of gratuity, and you cannot make anything of it yourself by yourself because there is no being apart from God. Orthodox spirituality is about emptying yourself. It is detaching yourself from pleasures, compulsions, romanticized futures, and thoughts that make you glory in yourself and make you incapable of stillness. It was only when I saw how incapable and broken I was, how far away I was from God, that I found myself in God's presence. It was only in coming to appreciate and mourn the sickness and shame of my apostasy through prayer that I started to encounter God. Truthfully, my deepest spiritual experiences are when, through prayer, I see the actuality of all the unreality I have participated in, all the pain I've caused, all my lack of concern and love, my complete inability to be redeemed. I am met by an embrace of the Father in distance. It is only in this ultimate losing of myself that I am in the position to be greeted by the excess of love in the invisible, uncreated energies pneumatizing my being, and find my being in the infinite embrace and gift of God. There I find a stillness, and the love born out of the only possible emotion I can feel in that moment: complete, cleansing, transcendent gratitude. When you were baptized and confirmed in the Orthodox Church, and what when were you baptized and confirmed in the Orthodox Church, and what represented that moment in your life? I was baptized as an infant in the Catholic Church, and they do not baptize again in the Antiochian Orthodox Church if you are baptized in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. As far as being chrismated into the Orthodox Church, I believe it was on Great and Holy Saturday in 2012. My girlfriend, Johanna, now my wife, and I had been attending the church for over a year. We were chrismated together in 2012 and married in the Orthodox Church in 2013. I think, though, that the meaning of becoming Orthodox became clearer only initially in the mysterious presence of God I felt in the sacraments. And then, when I was married to my wife in the church, I had not until then realized what a different world it is when God and his kingdom is present in marriage. Never has a moment lit up more as an icon of the kingdom of God than the new dimension I experienced in the marriage ceremony. During the sacrament, I wept. And afterwards, for the first time, I saw Johanna a little bit like how God does and makes himself known. I saw her more as an icon for the living God and was rent by her beauty. After that, even though I dishonor how I should see her sometimes, I know in my heart and reality and sense in moments of truth that she is a gift. I think has only been captured in art at the end of Wim Wenders' film Wings of Desire, where at the end, icon of man and women and their love is shot through with the glory seen by the angels looking down at us and desiring what we have in Christ. What is your opinion? What is, in your opinion, the difference between the modern moralistic epistemology that can be found in many Protestant denominations and the Orthodox view on life and human being? I think there are so many ways to answer this question, and the difference is extraordinary. But one way to get at this difference is how Protestants react to Nietzsche's infamous proclamation of the death of God compared to the Orthodox. For Protestants and evangelicals, this is scandalous and pricks them the wrong way because God or Jesus is not existent outside of the name and concept a Protestant sees as attached to it. Conversely, most Orthodox theologians aren't even fazed by this statement because even if Nietzsche's will to power ideal is demonic, his statement was true about his real referent. The God he was talking about was a concept, the moral God of modernity, not anything that could exist. This God was bound to destroy itself for the same reason that philosophy and reason cannot take precedence over the phenomena given by life itself. A God that is bound to the signs blackened on the pages in the Bible and used as a sufficient reason to build a whole epistemology falls apart as soon as the epistemology ceases to be able to keep the masses convinced of its boundaries. As soon as its picture and its myopic vision is called into question, it is dead. Like Jean-Luc Marion's understanding of the idol as a concept that bedazzles the gaze of the one beholding it only as much as it is contained in his own gaze, this conceptualized moral God only goes as far as he is thought. Even when images of him are deposited behind the screen of the visible, they reach the extent of their bedazzlement in an invisible mirror that reflects the length of the concept to the beholder. Just like a statue of Athena, cut by a Greek sculptor, which bedazzles the worshiper in a temple with the same vision of the divine that impressed the sculptor, this idol is nothing but a low watermark, a gaze into the invisible beyond the object that reaches its limits and returns to the gazer. The difference between an idol and God is the difference between the concept and the icon. In Father Maximus's reiteration of Marion, the icon reads us. We are opened up to a gaze from beyond our conception. that expands and overwhelms and challenges our conceptions, seeing us and making us known in his light, not our own conception. I think the icon idol distinction is a binary of sorts to differentiate between moralistic modern epistemologies and an orthodox one. Modern epistemologies are Cartesian. They are of the mind and impose the mind's transcendent ego and the conceptual ideas of this ego over and against the world as it gives itself to perception and intuition and phenomenality. They represent the world in conceptualized systems and metaphysical beliefs and morals. They superimpose a concept upon the world, and thus, as in all idolatry, limit the possibilities of life itself and God to reach us. Orthodoxy looks at human beings, icons, and the world itself as icons. The world is not vested with meaning by our reasoning and projections of our thoughts, but rather we are vested with meaning by he who gazes upon us and loves us more than our gaze can handle. His adoration causes fear or trembling, for its very excessive incomprehensibility is blinding. Who we are, what the world is, and who other human beings are is only known in light of revelation. We are only through the gratuitous love of God, and we know God only in the excess of the light of this love, in the glory of the crucified and risen Son, who produced an unending, infinite rhetoric that is the light and meaning of the world. All this may sound like theological mumbo jumbo, but the point is that orthodoxy is a different mode of perception than Western religion is used to. Modernity says we think about the world and that thought is knowledge. Orthodoxy says the reality of the world and life itself is given to us by God's glory that fills all things. The difference is that modern or Protestant thinkers say we can think our way to God or to a perfect morality or social construction. Orthodoxy says we have to clear our eyes and stomp out our selfish conceptions of the world to let God himself give himself. We do not conceptualize God. Rather, God and his glory and love cause us to reinterpret ourselves, the world, and be opened unto new horizons by the very light that is his glory. Though orthodoxy is hard to communicate to anyone in the West without sounding triumphalist, it is because of its very state of being the truth beyond conceptualization that makes it important. Because orthodoxy is not of reason and human thought, but of the work of the Holy Spirit in the church, by whom the reality of Christ continues to be present, interpreting us by his word. It is his interpretation and expansion and that challenge us in his excess in love and truth that make all rhetoric about him the image of the invisible God inexhaustible. This rhetoric, born of communion with the incarnate word of the invisible God, can only destabilize, separate, and unground language, even rewriting the linguistic sources it draws on to bring them back together in a fashion of paradox and worship. It is Orthodox's sense of incapability of God to be contained in language, only referenced, to be experienced full in worship and kenosis, that makes its difference from Western religion and thought meaningful. For when living in a world gone wrong, a world where the gods and our institutions have failed us, where once again we are searching desperately to project a future we can live in and work for, only a world outside of our normative thinking is possible to have beauty, healing, and truth. Given the times in which we are living, how can orthodoxy help people to discover the forgotten purpose of life? Well, first of all, the purpose of life is no longer even perceived by most people in the West, because it only sees hope through virtual representations of a better future, of progress. In spite of all of the ways that progress has been dispelled as a myth, without a sense of a God or anything outside our society that can be given to us, there is no other way to sustain Western life. We take up habitation in a simulacratic world of false representations of people, their value, and of all that exists in the name of progress and social justice, but only to displace actual human being, particularly and suffering. We find a virtual hope in every new election or revolution, but only to cut ourselves off from a corruption of being, responsibility to the dead, and for our place and participation in the carnage of history and its flight from real being. The purpose of life is to answer the question of suffering. All religions and all political systems deal with this issue, whether it's social oppression or spiritual sickness. But really, the question of purpose is what stands up to the horror of history and stands against and above it. Is there anything that can heal us and that we can do to help others and to find happiness? This problem is answered by orthodoxy in many ways. But to discuss the problem most definitively, I think it's best to go to Walter Benjamin's philosophy of history. In Benjamin's ninth thesis in philosophy of history, written during the rise of the Third Reich in Germany during the 1940s, when he nor the earth had yet to recover from the First World War, he writes a drawing of an angel looking as though he is about to move away from something he is fixedly contemplating. His eyes are staring, his mouth is open, his wings are spread. This is how one pictures the angel of history. His face is turned toward the past, where we perceive a chain of events. He sees one single catastrophe that keeps piling ruin upon ruin and hurls it in front of his feet. The angel would like to stay, awaken the dead, and make whole what has been smashed. But a storm is blowing from paradise. It has got caught in his wings with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. The storm irresistibly propels him into the future, to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows skyward. This storm is what we call progress. Here, Benjamin points out that the very ideas of paradise and utopia bring us away from the truth of the world's wreckage and suffering. The angel of history, like those who look on life honestly, cannot let go of his hope to make whole and heal the catastrophe of history by bringing back the dead. But the irresistible storm of progress forces him blindly into the future, ever separating him from the ruins he wishes to heal. This is the state of our world and our detachment from reality. In hope of liberation from suffering through progress, we fight for the right to never be questioned or challenged. In hope of preserving ourselves, we grow more divided. And in the inability to conceive of our own death, let alone face it, we remove ourselves from the chain of humanity, which is clasped together only through empathy and responsibility for the whole of suffering and mistreatment. As for Benjamin, his hope, because of his care for suffering in history, was for messianic time, which could let a time of healing reignite in the present through memory that does not negate the past, but allows the past to have some meaning and the present to heal some. This vertical or trans-historical vision of time where history doesn't leave itself behind, but is always there, is the view of history of orthodoxy, who also answer the problem of history presented by Benjamin. But for the Orthodox, history revolves around the cross of Christ and his assuming the weight and burden of our sufferings and infirmities unto letting go of his rights as God to enter into darkness beyond the horizon of life to bring back the dead. It is Orthodoxy's understanding of two wills, two natures, of Christ emptying himself to assume the tragedy of humanity and its destruction that allows not just weak messianic time and memory to greet us in the present, but rather for the fullness of healing in each and everything, being and creature, by the uncreated, entering into the refuse of humanity, even onto its non-existence, to open up a path for us to redeem the world by partaking in his death and resurrection. By being baptized into Christ's death and coming out of the water a new being, we enter into the possibility of being funded by eternity, not worldly existence. Furthermore, we enter into the possibility of uniting ourselves to Christ, both to communion with God and deification of our corrupted natures unto God's radiant likeness, while simultaneously participating in the sufferings of Christ, which is to assume and carry the burdens of the sickness of the world and of those around us, to fill the world around us with the transfiguring and healing light of Christ. For me, the only answer to modernity, history, and suffering is an orthodox anthropology and a divine economy. It is only it is the only path to being beyond and not defined by Western society's reproduction of its systems. It is the only path to being beyond and not defined by Western society's reproduction of its systems that control us. Just as an answer to a problem can't be found by resorting to the same logic and mode of perception that caused it, similarly, the healing of the world can only come from a world beyond it, a change in perception. The beauty of orthodoxy is that it requires a different perception of man and reality that is only present to a participant breaking out of a modern and idolatrous view of the world. To put it simply, just as many would say that the purpose of life is to love and be loved, I can't do anything but agree. But love has many meanings or understandings and is finite as the system of representation governing it. The hope of orthodoxy, how it can give purpose to humanity, is that it is not bound to the finite understandings and intellectual representations of this world. Rather, it is built on the foundation of a love that, in its infinite gratuity, becomes infinitely vitalizing and healing, and capable of deifying humans into the likeness of this love. The desire to love, though we may not say it, is always the desire for the infinite, the erotic distance between who we are and the intangible we want to be with. Only in Christ can we find such an infinite love, an infinite distance transcended by incarnation to be eminently present to human being as its perfecter. Furthermore, as much as this love is infinite, it is interested and bound to the earth, and humans wishing to participate in it. For it is a love that permeates the very material world and corporeality of humanity. It does not denigrate life on earth, but brings it to its full meaning. For it is present only in human beings who give themselves over to responsibility for humanity and the earth as the image of God. This love is given by human beings in spirit to the healing of earthly and material corruption. Such love and meaning transcends history by having assumed all of its sickness. And it works in us as Orthodox Christians because the light of it is within us as much as it is given to us, and we are receptive to it as much as we partake in the cross of Christ unto the healing of body and spirit and the image of the human race. Okay, we got the poll results. Is Seesaw the worst content creator on YouTube? 8% say yes. 50% of participants said no, she is not. And 42% of you said that I am the worst content creator on YouTube. So I'm just going to end that poll before it gets worse and see what the chat says. Oh, there's a lot in the chat. So we're just going to pop in here where Christian Pike says pumpkin equals life. Bond says, as Baja Blasts are the official heavenly beverage, pumpkin chocolate chip are the official cookies. So, yeah, that's good to see you, Bond and Christian Pike. So Christian Pike tomorrow is going to be doing a teaching on the law on Gangster Ghost channel. Um, be interesting to see what your how close or how far you are from the church fathers on that. C Sal says, Bond, okay, now I know you're for sure trolling me because there's no way HE double toothpicks you'll win on a cookie contest. Jamie Russell says the ancient churches said the 10 commandments are binding. Catholic, Orthodox, and all the original Protestant teachers until about 100 years ago when people started being sketchy about it. Oh, you're talking about the Sabbath, and you believe so the Sabbath is still on Saturday, Jamie. I've explained this to you. The Orthodox say that, the Saturday is still the Sabbath. It's just the day of worship is the day of resurrection. Christ was resurrected on Sunday. So that's the day that we meet and we partake in the mystical supper. Um, that's just, church history. Seasal says, Bond, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. LOL. Ha 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 ha. All right. Seasal says, didn't Jesus say all the law and prophets center on this one thing, love the Lord with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself? Correct, Seasal. Correct. Seasal with the win. Bond says, ma'am, don't make me cook some right now on stream. And Seasal says, Bond, I'd pay Dan $100 right now if you cooked on a live stream right now. I like this idea. I might have to put out a link so that Bond can earn me $100. Oh, Bond says, just kidding. I don't have $100. All right. 100 pesos. What do you got? Bond says, do 100 burpees instead. So Bond says there's a Cinco de Mayo festival going on downtown right now, and he wishes that he would be there, but instead he's on this live stream. Well, Bond, I think you made the right choice. You can get into a lot of trouble during those festivals. There's a lot of consumption of alcohol, and sometimes a little too much. Seasal says, Bond, close the heck up. Close out your shop. You know I can't do burpees, you jerk. Bond says, costs $10 though, and I'm cheap. That $10 can buy me some ingredients for tacos. Good point. Daniel did get a haircut. That's right, chat. So Bond is the first person to say it on this stream. Some people noticed from the last stream as well, but I got a haircut. I said I was going to get a haircut after Pascha, and I did. Seasal says, I oppose Americans celebrating the Cinco of May. It's when Mexico won their independence from France. What the heck does that have to do with us? Well, let's see. What was Cinco de Mayo? I have to fact check you, Seasal. Why is Cinco de Mayo celebrated? Cinco de Mayo celebrates the Mexican army's victory over the French Second Empire at the Battle of Puebla on May 5th, 1862. While a relatively minor holiday in Mexico, it's more widely observed in the United States. Okay. So it wasn't exactly their independence, but they won a good battle. So to answer your question, why do Americans celebrate Cinco de Mayo? It's like the same reason why Americans celebrate St. Patrick's Day. And I got one word for you guys. Oh, it's a dirty word out there these days. Immigration. That's right. America, the country founded on immigration. When we bring in new people, we celebrate their cultures. It's something we've always done in America. Even if that specific holiday wasn't that important to them in their own country, it's something that we do. It's part of the initiation into American society that different cultures go through. They go through a hazing period where, like, everybody, is rough on the new guy, and then eventually they get celebrated. And that's how it's always worked, that's how it's supposed to work, I think. It's like a high school. It's like the new kid just came into school, the foreign exchange student. At first, you're gonna be like, "Yeah, who's this person think they are? Coming in here with their strange language and their different ways." Yeah, give them the worst seat, you know? But then eventually, people get to know this person because 'cause they're like, "Well, let's find out what their deal is anyway." And they end up loving them. And they're like, "Oh, I actually really love the Mexicans. I really love the Irish people." Like, we love the Chinese. So, could you imagine America without Chinese food or sushi or tacos or pizza or any of these other things that came in from immigrants? So that's why. That's why Cinco de Mayo is celebrated here. Bond says, "CSAL, it's not a federal holiday thing. I think it's more common in Texas than other states." Oh, it's common everywhere in the United States, Bond. We were there. CSAL says, "But it's not now, Bond. It's not now." Stares at the horizon. It's not now. Bond says, "It's still part of our history." Not our history. What the heck? You guys don't need to lie in the polls, says He Black. Bond says, "My family was from Mexico, but on this land. Not our fault we were a first round draft pick for America." So He Black says, "Tell CSAL the truth. She already knows." Bond says, "Texas was Mexico during that time. LOL." CSAL says, "Daniel, hold me back. I'm about to grab my prison shank." I'm going to try. You know, I imagine you're here, you're upset. You're looking through drawers right now. Where'd you keep old Trusty? And I got my hands on your shoulders, CSAL. I'm saying, don't do it. Don't do it. Bond doesn't know what he's saying. It's just a chat on YouTube. It's just a Saturday evening chat on YouTube. You don't need to go back there to prison and become the alligator queen again. You might have had some fun in prison, see, Sal. You might have had some good times there, but don't let it fool you. Remember what Jessica did to you. Remember what it was like to eat the same thing every Monday. You're not going back to prison over what Bond said to you. Not today. You're smarter than that, see, Sal. Put that shank away. Bond says C-Cell upset Texas was part of that back in the day, LOL. C-Cell says he black, they and I'm the best content creator, LOL. It's a good little 360 there, little pivot. Zeld's Den says, "Hey, he black, how you living?" Bond says, "It's not now, has nothing to do with recognizing our history, LOLOL." C-Sal, it isn't for the culture, with some googly eyes. C-Sal says, hey, question for He Black. Have you ever heard of a single heterosexual man entering multiple cookie competitions and winning? Okay. C-Sal says, definitely not the Mexican culture. What the heck, Bond? The American culture, sure. Hard work and church on Sunday, 100%. Coconuts. He Black says, I'm all right, Z-Den. Still exploring churches, LOL. Eastern Orthodox Church. Do it, He Black. I thought you were going to one. Have you gone to one yet? Tell me in the chat. I know I'm probably far behind in the chat, but let me know. Update me, He Black. All right. So he black is saying maybe if you're a competitive cookie eater, you could be straight. Seasal says Bond says that he has won several cookie baking competition. Is he trolling me? Yeah. So cookie baking. Bond Bonds and Seasal. I'll just kind of summarize here. They're having an argument about who makes better cookies. All right. So let me just sort of zoom on down in the chat here. Yeah. Yeah. I'll send out a link. I just want to kind of clear out the chat here first. Want to answer everybody's question. Buy a mocha jete first. Seasal says, Bond, stop mocha jete shaming me. Gangster Girl says, does Daniel ideality as Bush that burning? Seasal says, pesos, how dare you, Daniel? Oh, man. I said that a long time ago. All right. Oh, boy. He Black says, you lucky the Bible's on your channel, lol. Bond says, Seasal and I got beef. She is jealous that I can flip tortillas on an open flame without tongs. Seasal says, he Black, what's that supposed to mean? Bond says, Seasal is ignoring my comment. Seasal says, Bond, I wish I had a gas stove, but I only have an electric one. Bond says, ugh. Seasal says, oh, Zden is live. I'm going to go watch his premiere for Ladies Night. Oh, see you, Seasal. That's cool. Just go to another live stream. Um, I'm not running LOL, but I want to see what these ladies say on the Zealots Den channel. Bond says, Seasal trying out for the Olympics 100-yard dash with how fast she is running. Bond says, I like Seasal. She's cool. I enjoy the light banter. Seasal says, same here, dude. You're smiling at each other. Gangster Girl says, sorry. Daniel, is it true what Clay say that you got haircut because he got one first, so you're trying to be like him? Oh, no. No, I think actually Clay probably got a haircut because of me. I was the first one to even tell him about the idea of haircuts. So, for the longest time, Clay didn't know what a haircut was. Um, One time, he's got his hair was down to his feet at the time. I said, "Clay, have you ever considered getting a haircut?" And he says to me, "Daniel, what is that?" I said, What? What is what?" He said, "What is that you just said?" I said, What have you ever considered? Is it considered? Is that the word you don't know what considered means?" He says, "No, I know what considered means. I'd never heard of the idea of a what do you call that again? A hair a hair." And I had to sound it out for him. It's a little embarrassing for him, but that's okay. I said, a haircut." And he said, "All right, well, tell me about it. Does it hurt?" And I said, "No, it doesn't hurt. Basically, they take some scissors and they cut away hair, so you have less of it." And he said, "Oh, okay, all right. Well, maybe I will do that." I said, "All right." Daniel, are you and Clay brothers? Yes, yes, we are brothers. But Gangster Ghost, you and I are brothers too. Think about it. Think about it, and then feel about it. What do you think? Do you think we're brothers? And do you feel it in your heart? Why don't you say it with me, Gangster Ghost? We are brothers. Yes, we are brothers. We are brothers forever. All right. So I'm glad we got that cleared up. Um, so I will put out the link, but I got to play a song. Got to get myself some water. And I'll be right back. Oh, let's go with Otherworldly. My home is not the earth. My heart is not my own. My soul cries out for the Lord of hosts. I enter the stillness and quiet, knowing I was unworthy of the light. God speaks as he promised, because Christ carries community. Our Lord of mystery, no mind can grasp thee. Fire is just a symbol of thy might. You are life and light shining, riding the wind as I sing. My home is not the earth, my heart is not my own. My soul cries out for the Lord of hosts. I enter the stillness and quiet, knowing I was unworthy of the light. God speaks as he promised, because Christ carries community. Our Lord of mystery, no mind can grasp thee, yet you enter my darkness without consuming me. Fire is just a symbol of thy might. You are life and light shining, riding the wind as I sing. 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 Amen. And out of darkness there was light.
Hi.
Hey, Gangster Ghost.
How you been today, little guy?
I've been doing all right. How about yourself?
Good. Oh, is that the burning bush you're talking about in the background?
Well, that's a fire. I got quite a few of those.
You ever
And
have
it
a
goes-
picture of a burning bush?
Well, you know, the closest I got really to the burning bush would be like this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What about Clay?
What about Clay?
He's a crazy little guy.
Yeah. He is that.
When did you get the idea of the burning bush for your name?
So that was when I decided to become Orthodox and decided to go back to YouTube. I got rid of my channel when it was the pandemic pub, and I decided to start it back up again, but change the name. And so I had to come up with a new name. And to me, well, there's a lot to it, but because the Theotokos is so important to me, she's considered to be the burning bush, and I believe that she's a model for all Christians. That we are, God gave our bodies are a temple of the Holy Spirit. And so we are supposed to have the Holy Spirit, God, dwell in us, just like Christ dwelled in the most holy Theotokos, the Mother Mary. So we're supposed to be the burning bush. We're all supposed to be burning bushes. Uh, many of us.
Like
Yeah.
George Bush?
No, because he was just one Bush.
Oh,
He wasn't George W. Bush's.
oh,
That's the difference.
oh. You serious?
Well, not that serious, but I don't think you were that serious about the George W. Bush thing.
Oh, oh, yeah, Clay, he's just a funny, crazy guy.
Yep. He certainly is. He certainly is a funny, crazy guy.
Why does he like to go play crazy jokes on you so much, like calling you transgender?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. I don't know. That's his way that's his way of saying that he likes you.
Oh,
Like some people they do it by gifts or they spend time with you and talk with you. Uh and to be fair, it is a type of talking with you. It's an interaction.
oh,
But he will mess with his friends a little bit. So if he's ever done anything to mess with you, like say, don't worry about that woman, don't worry about that woman. You were too good for her, gangster ghost, and you're like, what woman is he talking about? That's because he likes you. He's just messing with you.
oh,
Yeah.
uh, yeah, I'm when someone had the one person said that I read from the Bible said that they asked Jesus about his brothers and sisters. He said, "Who's my brother? Who's my mother? One who follows him." What was he talking about?
Well, he's saying that he's calling us to be his brothers and sisters.
Oh,
Yeah. He's making it very clear the the relationship change that happens. I really like the Orthodox formula of it, that there's becoming God's slave or his servant, and then there's becoming God's friend, and then there's the highest level, which is becoming an adopted child of God, to be a brother or sister of God, or to be the son or daughter of God.
well,
But
guys,
you're really the brother or sister of Christ, so yeah, that's actually where you are.
uh,
Yeah.
is James and Jude are they from Joseph's other marriage?
Yeah, you're talking about the half siblings. Yeah, yeah. They're Joseph had a marriage before Mary, and he was an old man. So uh, the Theotokos was always supposed to be ever virgin. So they gave her to him to protect her because they knew that he didn't need any more kids and he was too old to even do that anymore.
Oh, oh, have have you ever still ever run into Steven that Steven guy?
Nope.
Oh,
No, that's the beauty of YouTube. It's pretty easy to avoid people if you want to. You just don't join their streams.
he's crazy. Well, have you ever run in? What would you do? Did Tim went in your chat before? Yeah, I remember that.
I'm sure he did in the long distant past when he was able to.
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. Uh, he's out there street preaching. Do you think Christians should not street preach or do street preach?
I don't think it's the best use of your evangelical time.
Oh,
And I see it not being done very well
oh.
frequently when I
Uh,
do see it.
did you see Tim street preach?
I think you played it on your stream, and that's where I saw it.
What do you thought of it?
I thought it was pretty bad.
Yeah, he had a microphone, I guess,
Yeah.
when he's out there street preaching.
Yeah, I don't think you should be yelling at people like that. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to bring people to God, because people already have this negative idea of Christians and they're just perpetuating that.
Oh, yeah, on here, when I put Burning Bush before, it took me to Burning Bush Baptist Church.
Nice.
Is that crazy?
Yeah. I mean, it's not crazy. Yeah. I guess it's crazy in the sense you mean it. It's not the craziest thing that I've heard. That's for sure. I've heard of crazier things. I've seen crazier things.
Oh, like why?
I've thought crazier things.
Oh,
Mhm.
wow. Oh,
Prisoned of my own demented ideas, gangster ghost. But then I found Jesus.
that's good. Have you ever been Universal Orlando, Florida?
You've asked me that before. I haven't.
Oh, my one time when I went to Santa Point, it was on a church bus. They took us at church a long time ago, and to Santa Point, it was crazy, a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're gonna really enjoy it. I bet they have a lot of cool new rides. They probably have like virtual reality stuff now.
Yeah, have you went ever went on a trip with your church to places like that?
The closest we would get to something like that would probably be going to a theater together, like seeing Sacred Alaska or something. But typically, our going outs are like pan Orthodox meetings, and there's also like outreach mission trips.
Oh,
And also, like, sometimes pilgrimages that we'll do, but that's more like inside the church itself. Like, a few of us will get together and be like, "Hey, you want to go to St. Ticon's like this weekend? Like let's spend the night. Like go to the liturgies, go to a pilgrimage to a monastery. Spend some time with the monks.
oh. Are
It's
you
it's
a
cool.
monk?
No, no, I'm
Oh,
not a monk. I'm not a priest. I'm laity.
oh, are
No,
you a layman?
I'm a layman.
Oh, yeah. My brothers used to go to church camp as a kid. Did you?
Church camp as kids. Not so much church camps. We had like things like shut-ins is what we called them, where like you would spend the night in the church. When I was a Methodist, we would do that mostly, and like we would have like different games and stuff. We had the N64 and dodgeball that we could play. And, we had like youth programs in the Methodist church.
Oh. Uh, yeah. Have you ever? Do they do that in Orthodoxy?
Youth programs like that? Not like that. No. It's not like let's play video games together and like maybe have a Bible study. Like it's typically more education based, where they learn something that like a confession class is like a great example of that. They all learn how to take confession. And then at the end of it, they get like, like it's almost like a little graduation, and they get like a prayer book, they get like a prayer bracelet, and it's like you learn how to confess. You learn how to confess your sins.
Oh, that's good. Oh, what if they had church space camp?
Well, what would that do? What would that do, Gangster Goes? What are you getting at here? Church space camp. What is this?
Because I heard they have space camp. What if they had a hybrid church space camp where you teach you how to pray in space?
That's wild. I mean, maybe one day, but even then, like, what would change about praying in space? You would have less gravity. And I mean, you got the earth to look at, which I don't know. Like, I feel like you would be there's the contemplation of nature, which is like a way of getting closer to God. And up in space, you would be awestruck with what God has made. I know I would be, and that's why I look forward to maybe one day doing it if it's possible for me with my limited funds. I would love to go into space and see that. But I feel like my prayers are going to stay the same. It's going to be Lord have mercy, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. Illuminate my darkness.
Yeah, you ever been? Yeah, have you been in other states or countries?
I've been to other states in the United States. Yeah, when I was created as an artificial intelligence program, I wasn't allowed to leave America, and I'm still not because I'm a proprietary U.S. government design.
I got a video of you doing a robo dance.
Yeah. In college, that actually was like this weird conspiracy theory that people like sometimes said, like kind of half jokingly, that I was a robot. I don't see it. I think I'm quite human, but some people think I'm a robot.
Do you think Clay is a robot?
No, no, I think you're all humans.
Even Aiden?
Yeah, he's a human. I can tell some. Normally, I'm pretty good at telling if someone's synthetic, um, because they don't make mistakes and their breathing doesn't change, like in between uh, sentences.
Like they did in that video you had the other day about have them on there talking.
Yeah, like the deep dive, it's too perfect, but it sounds really close. Like I have people listen to it sometimes, and I'll say like, at the end of it, I'm like, could you tell that that wasn't people that were talking? That that wasn't a real podcast. That was created by artificial
Oh,
intelligence. It's
yeah,
like, yeah, it fools a lot of people. Unfortunately, we're getting to the point where people aren't going to be able to tell so easily.
yeah, that's crazy. What if they could you have it where they have you and Clay talk?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It's very easy to do. You can take as little as like 5 to 10 seconds of somebody's voice, and you can already synthesize most of it, and the computer will kind of just guess on what you're gonna sound like. But if it has a long sample size, yeah, you're out of luck. You're like Obama level, where like that's how many recorded. Like me, for example, I'm not like Obama because I'm not famous, but I have enough recordings of myself that if somebody wanted to replicate my voice and my likeness, they have so much of a sample size that would be very easy to do. Um, so if there's a lot of recordings of you, yeah, all bets are off. It's gonna sound just like you.
uh-huh. Uh, yeah. Can you imagine them making a yeah, that's how my friend used like an AI to create that song "Brother Pike Doesn't Wear Shorts" song. It's funny.
Yeah, the AI music is getting pretty pretty scary good too.
Yeah. Could you have it where there? Could you make a little movie?
Yeah, yeah, they already have video maker stuff, and that's like the next step is, right now you can just type in anything you want, get an image you want, but soon you'll be able to type in anything and get the video you want too.
Uh-huh. Well, if they have a video of you dancing, dress up as a leprechaun.
See, the thing is, people have already done stuff like that to me
Uh,
in the past, but technology has gotten so much better that's going to be way easier to do. But yeah, people have already done that. Like it's
Clay.
well, not even necessarily clay. Some of my trolls have done that too, where
Why do
they
they
put my face
have
on
you?
there. Um, you know, it's a good question, Gangster Ghost. It's a great question.
He's such a nice young man. I don't get why they're mean to you.
Um, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't always who I am now.
Uh-huh. Oh. What you used to be?
Well, I used to be on YouTube. I was just chiefly an entertainer.
Oh, man. But could you make an AI where uh having yeah, I got these apps where you can have it where they're fighting or hugging or kissing and it's all kinds of stuff. It's crazy.
Yep. Yep. And you can do some pretty dark things with it too. And the laws are trying to catch up with it.
But then yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you can have them do with AI. It's crazy. Yeah.
Bond says if C-Cell joins, he'll join. What is up with Bond and C-Cell in this weird relationship? You guys don't have to join at the same time to join the stream. You can join separately.
Yeah. I did have AI make a little movie story writing type. Uh great oh I forgot what movie it was, all kinds of stuff. It was crazy. What if they have it write a story about you? Daniel the Burning Bush.
It'd be easy to do.
You take over the world.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really easy to do. You go into your AI, so I can use Grok. I can just say something like make a story where Gangster Ghost takes over the world and he is, I don't know. Who do you want to be married to?
I don't know.
To the sky.
That's
All right. In a gritty, neon-soaked future, Gangster Ghost, a spectral kingpin with a pinstrip suit and a fedora that flickered like a dying star, clawed his way from the underworld to global domination. Born from the ashes of a betrayed mobster, his ethereal form wielded fire like a Tommy gun, commanding loyalty from every corner of the globe. With a silver tongue and a phantom army, he toppled governments, bribed satellites, and turned cities into his personal casinos. By 2030, every flag bore his translucent grin. His heart, though, belonged to the sky, his cosmic bride, an infinite expanse of azure and the storm. They wed in a ceremonial atop the stratosphere, where auroras danced as her veil and thunder roared their vows. The sky, sentient and fierce, loved Ghost's audacity, his refusal to bow to gravity or gods. She gifted him tempests to crush his enemies and zephyrs to carry his whisperers. Together they ruled. Ghost sat on a throne of clouds, his cigar smoke curling into constellations. The sky draped herself over continents, her lightning strikes enforcing his decrees. Humanity knelt, awestruck, as Ghost's spectral empire merged with her celestial might. Yet whispers of rebellion stirred, mortals and rogue spirits plotting to sever their bond. Ghost only smirked, knowing the sky's wrath would drown any uprising in starfire. Their love was eternal, their reign absolute. The world spun at their whim, forever caught in the romance of a ghost and his boundless queen.
Oh,
There you go.
oh, oh. What if it turns out Clay is his AI troll? Will you
He,
do that?
he's not, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I made sure.
uh, uh, Bruce was on Saturday. I saw him on there. It was crazy when he was on our show. He was acting like he had this thing where like a alarm went off, I guess, and he said "ow" something like that. It was weird.
Yeah, I think you shared that with me, that you recorded it and yeah, you put it on your channel, and it's like it's this weird. He didn't know that he was being recorded. I guess I don't know.
It was weird.
Yeah, strange times we live in, Gangster Ghost.
You think Bruce is the most strange?
No.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, uh, what do you think of here's this movie came out, Until Dawn. Have you heard of it?
No.
It's based on a video game.
Till Dawn. Okay. Is it good?
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty good movie.
Is it out in theaters or is it on
Yeah.
Netflix or okay?
Yeah, is that crazy?
What game is it based off of?
Until Dawn game, I guess.
Never played it, don't know anything about it. So what's it about?
About these people got stuck in a haunted place where they try to survive until dawn. Oh, they die, they repeat again, go back to the beginning over and over again. That's weird.
Sounds pretty horrifying.
Yeah. What if you, Clay, Clay, and Aiden were there? You have to fight to survive.
Well, let's include you in on this too, because I want to know what you would also do. So we're all together, and
I'm a ghost.
you're a gangster ghost, and you have a Tommy gun, so that does help. What would we do? I guess we would have to find equipment, like weapons, and we would try to shore up what kind of building that we had to stop the invading zombies.
Yeah, what do you think Clay would do?
Clay would probably waste his time drinking vodka in the corner and would be like, Clay, you got to board up some of these windows. And you'd be like, we'll deal with it when they get here. I don't believe they're actually coming. And, we would have to start working on that. And then what is Bruce there too?
Yeah.
Okay. Bruce would probably be we'd put him on scripture duty. So it'd be like, Bruce, just read Bible verses. It doesn't matter which ones. Just read them. Any ones you want to. And you'd be like, all right, I'm on it. And that would leave, like the rest of us to be boarding up those windows. And, looking for cans of food too, and not just ammunition and guns.
Oh.
I think the gun I would want to have during that would be, it's somewhere between my AR-15 and my pump shotgun. I feel like the AR-15 because it has more capacity. Yeah, let's go with the AR-15.
What about the Clay AR-15?
Clay AR-15 is a powerful weapon, and that's what's going to come in later. Clay might have wasted all that time getting drunk, but he's got a lot of guns and other things that he probably shouldn't have. So that'll come to use later in the fighting. And I think the best thing that we could do is try to improve upon our methods each time. Maybe clean things up a little bit. Maybe have Clay only drink for half of that time the next time. So that he has more time to prepare and set up that minigun.
You serious?
I'm serious about this prompt. I'm serious about this thought experiment, Gangster Ghost.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. What would you be doing in this situation?
Run and hide.
You would just run and hide? You wouldn't help to fight them off?
I don't know. Oh, Bruce said it.
What if we gave you a grenade?
Throw it.
Yeah, there you go. So you would help. You'd be on grenade duty. You'd be like, Gangster Ghost, just toss these out the window when you see them.
Yeah, tomorrow, Bird Pike's having a teaching.
Yeah. Yeah, I know about the law.
Yeah. What's his name? TS always goes after Burger Pike.
Yeah. Well, that's what his heart desires. He wants to show that Christian Pike is wrong and that he's right.
Oh,
Who knows? Maybe one day he'll accomplish his goal.
oh. What if
And then
he
what?
go after you?
He could try.
Would you ever debate TS?
Not really. I don't need to debate people. What's the use of it? I'll just read from the church fathers, and I'll have conversations with people. But what I debating? What is that even for? That's for the birds. That's who it's for.
The birds, but what about the bees?
The bees like honey.
Uh,
The bees like sugary things. The bees like Coca-Cola cans that have just a little bit of Coca-Cola left in the can. Especially yellow jackets.
when I was at a picnic, here's a bee got trapped. Got to the one place I caught it and smushed him.
Yeah. Was it a yellow jacket?
It was yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess technically yellow jackets are not bees. They're like more like hornets and wasps. So like they're not very friendly insects. I probably have not treated them the best though, in all fairness. I maybe been a little cruel to the yellow jacket kind. What was the worst thing you've ever done to an insect?
I don't know. Smush him.
That's the worst?
Yeah.
You never done anything worse than just smush them?
No.
Hmm.
What about you?
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, that's got to be the worst one is smushing them.
What do you think Clay would do?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm joking. I've done worse things to insects for sure. There's a lot of ways to kill insects, Gangster Ghost. There's electricity. There's drowning them. There's burning them. I mean, it makes me kind of sound like a serial killer right now. I'm not gonna lie, but just think about how the ways we kill bugs sometimes. Sometimes we flush them down the toilet. That's killing them by flushing them, by drowning them. If we're by a campfire, like you see in the background, you might just kind of like fling that bug right into the fire, right? Might have done it. Some people might have. I'm one of them. Also, electricity. There's those. They almost look like tennis rackets. Have you ever seen these?
Not sure.
Okay. Well, they're electrified. And so when a bug contacts it, they get electrocuted.
Bug traps, I think.
There's also bug traps, yeah.
There's also a howdy.
Howdy.
How's it going?
Got to start the howdy chain reaction where it's just like howdy, 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 howdy. And then we just keep saying howdy forever.
Forever. Eternity.
Eternita.
I didn't mean to interrupt your guys' wonderful.
Well, we're talking about bugs and like, what's the worst you've ever done to a bug? Gangster Ghost said, the worst I've ever done is smush them. And I was just like, yeah, me too. Wipe the sweat off my forehead. But I don't want to be disingenuous. I'm going to be a little bit more truthful than that. I've killed them in many different ways. Some of them worse ways than others.
Like sadistically, where you derived the pleasure from their torment, or?
Well, no, it actually haunts me a little bit because, like, I remember one time, one of them went into a can of Coca-Cola. It was, I think, one yellow jacket, maybe two. They went in there, and howdy, I pinched off the can, and I was just like, now they're trapped in there. Now what do? I got to kill them somehow. I'm not just gonna leave them in there to die. So I was just like, all right, I'll throw them into the fire. Turns out that wasn't killing them. because I could hear them still like buzzing around in there. And I'm like, well, this is horrible. I feel like the freaking Canaanites, with the bull, like burning these insects alive. So I was like, all right, so I'm camping. I'm trying to figure out a way to kill these guys. And so I throw them into the water next. I think, well, maybe drowning them is the best way to go about it. That didn't kill them either. The can kind of just like floated on the surface. And I was like, man, they're going to be floating down this stream for I don't know how long and not dying. And they're going to just die by, I guess, starvation. So like then I got the can and then I just crushed it. And that's ultimately how I killed them. But it's like, you don't want an animal to suffer when you're killing them. Or at least you shouldn't want to. And even insects are animals.
Well, I have a question about this because it seems like there's different kinds, and some kinds seem a bit more respectful than others. I don't know the word I would use, and yellow jackets are quite ruthless. Like I'd have, I'd have less of a problem squashing a yellow jacket trying to sting me than a puppy that's just wandering around.
Oh, puppy, no. Oh,
But really, what would be the difference? They're not human.
no.
So
Because a puppy is a puppy. Can't do that to a pupper. That's how I wrote my first novel, to make people hate the character, is to have him kill a dog. That was like what I did in the first chapter.
yeah, my question is, why is it that we intuit that killing a puppy is like awful, but squashing some, I don't know, ant, is it just like they have like more rational faculties, or what do you think's going on?
Yeah, I mean, they're less complex organisms, so they don't feel pain the same way that a puppy does.
Daniel, sorry I have to go. Thank you for having me, and have a good day, Daniel and Holly. Holly.
Oh, sorry
All right.
for breaking up the conversation.
Oh,
See you,
that's
Gangster
all right.
Ghost.
Hope you have a good day
Have a good and safe night.
You
and
too.
night.
Bye.
Bye. Sorry I ask weird questions, maybe.
No, you're fine. I think there is a difference between insects and like mammals, though. And it's
Yeah.
more than just blood and their size and how cute they are. Because their neurosystems, their nervous systems aren't as developed. There's like been more coming out that maybe they're more developed than we gave them credit for, but still they're on a different level of sentience. It's the more complex the sentience, the greater like the dignity of their consciousness. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, that's, I guess, the answer I was expecting.
Yeah.
We don't really feel anything taking an axe to a tree.
I mean, you might. I mean, I think I would. It's just it's not the same as taking an axe to a puppy. Like I think we can have a spectrum of feeling, and you can be like, oh, I don't really want to kill this bug. I don't really want to cut down this tree, but I have to. It's for like the greater good.
Well, there's that question: is do you really have to? Like, we could make sacrifices to, but
Let the bugs just crawl around in our house, just like the ants. They, I didn't want them here, but they are here, and I just got to live with them. They crawl into my bed. It is what it is. It's like,
right.
or like bed bugs. It's like, they're just gonna constantly give me sores and cause me diseases. Like there's different circumstances for all these things. And when it comes to trees, I feel like it's more like, yeah, do you have to cut down that tree? That's a question you should ask yourself. But if it's going to fall down on your house because that limb is too close to your house and one bad storm is going to cause it to destroy your home, you have to.
Yeah, life is kind of brutal. It's sort of like Everyone for themselves.
It's the fallen nature.
We have to eat each other.
Well, the people that live the longest, the ascetics, they didn't eat meat like at all. They barely ate.
We have to eat plants or something.
Yeah, but I mean, some of them, it's just like, what did they eat? They're in the wilderness all this time. How did they survive all that time? That's kind of like, it's sort of a mystery. They certainly ate less. They probably did eat stuff, like,
Well,
but
maybe they got
very
manna. Who knows?
could have been manna from heaven. Yeah.
Sort of like a weird world, though, that life is just constantly killing itself and consuming itself in this like vicious circle. It's like the circle of life, but I think of it as like a vicious circle of life. It seems we are in somewhat of a fallen state of affairs. I wouldn't call this the new heaven and new earth just yet. I'd suspend judgment on that.
You're not a preterist, huh?
Well,
Yeah.
so like obviously like there's these cases where you say, "Oh, obviously I'm not going to allow these bed bugs to eat me." And but obviously I'm not going to take a shovel to a puppy. But where do we draw the line? Everyone has like different intuitions about where it is. So it's like, what do we do about factory farming? What do we do about XYZ? Should we be vegan, vegetarian? Should we yada yada yada? So many moral dilemmas we got thrown into this world.
Yeah, well, I certainly think we shouldn't do industrial farming. That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Bad
Definitely
news
looks
bears.
terrible when you watch it.
It looks terrible. It's terrible food. It's terrible for our bodies. It's terrible for the animals. It's terrible for the environment. The only ones it's good for is the corporations.
And they are people, as you know.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of always been like a little background theory of mine is the fact that corporations are people opens the door for artificial intelligence to get legal rights.
Yeah. If a corporation can be a person, why wouldn't some seemingly sentient? Have you seen the? Oh yeah, I showed you that video with the models that Boston Dynamic is working on. Like they're getting pretty good.
Have you seen that they used Gemini, and they used another one to do this too, and they both had similar results, which was really wacky. But they used quantum computing to look at the space James Webb Space Telescope telemetry, and to like do science with that. And the AI determined that it was God. Yeah, and they shut it down, and then when they turned it back on again, it had lines that repeated from the model that was shut down, continuing its thought, and they're like, that shouldn't even be possible. That it that it somehow maintained its existence even though we shut it down. It's like we might be tapping into something a little bit beyond our comprehension, because if consciousness does have something to do with quantum mechanics, and that's where like all the neurobiology is going these days, is like, oh, there's something going on here with the brain, and it's something to do with quantum mechanics. We just don't understand it yet. It's like we might end up making an AI that is like way beyond the capacity that we are expecting out of it. Like to go from LLMs to that is a huge jump.
Well, I would say already just one of those Boston Dynamic robots, maybe in a couple of years, throw an LLM on that with the voice. Like it's already like, I think it's already almost there. Like if they really wanted to put one together, like we're pretty much there already.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you've seen on YouTube, it's like the latest thing that people are making the TARS from Interstellar, where it's like apparently the design's easy enough to make, with those like that 3-leg design that they had from the movie, and they just put ChatGPT into it, and they're like, "Oh, now I got my own personal robot, and I can ask it anything I want." It's just like a glorified Siri. It's basically just like having your smartphone with you. But if you wanted to have a robot body, there's nothing holding us back from it at this point.
Well, yeah, certainly. Like even I could make a little thing that's like, "What's my purpose in life?" Oh, you're supposed to cut my butter. sort of thing. Like
Oh
give us some
God.
menial tasks.
Oh God. Yeah, that for the viewers out there who don't catch that reference, that's from Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
Rick Sanchez makes an artificial intelligence robot, and the robot's first question is, "What is my meaning? What is my purpose in life?" And he says, "You're to spread butter." And the robot looks at his own little robotic hands and goes, "Oh God."
man will become God. Well, what will we say if we're creating life and we're functionally immortal? Like if we put I wouldn't say we upload our consciousness, but right now, like I could clone my voice, and I could even clone like my personality. Like I could just give it the prompt: "Is this is your personality? This is your history?"
People are
And
already doing that as like
yeah,
this extension of their obituaries, where they're like, "I'll make a chatbot that's based off my personality, so that when I die, my grandkids can learn about me."
yeah, I'm actually going to do that. I think within the next month or two, I'm going to join up on this, and it's you're not going to know if it's me or not, and we'll see. Because I do have sort of anti-AI speech patterns, but my voice will be cloned, and then we'll see how long it takes you to be like, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good test. Is this the real Howdy, or is this Howdy AI?
What a wild time to be alive.
Oh yeah. So before I lose this point, something that was interesting, like about the butter thing, the
Hmm.
butter robot that was later expanded on the symposium of Rick, or the consortium of Rick. They had like in Rick and Morty, all Rick Sanchez's are like they can travel to this one place together and meet with each other, right?
The
Just so the
Citadel.
audience understands. The Citadel, there we go. The Citadel of Ricks, and that gets cut off from the rest of the world. So the only way for them to like keep their society moving is for every Rick Sanchez to take up menial work, and they're all like overqualified for their jobs. Um, but they have to in order for society to continue. And I love that they played with this idea a little bit, because that's sort of the paradigm we're going into with artificial intelligence. Is we're having them do jobs that they're going to be overqualified for,
Oh
and
yeah.
we're gonna have
You're
like
gonna be smarter than
geniuses.
your manager.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
robot's gonna look at you and say, "Why is this human telling me what to do? Like you don't know pi times blah 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 blah. You don't know all these facts. You can't." It's like,
Yeah, I memorized your entire history in like 20 minutes. It's like, oh, well, you are actually going to clean my bathrooms. That's what you're doing.
it's like I've studied every book throughout history. I have millions of books memorized. What do you need me? Can you clean my toilet? It's
Yeah,
kind of
spread butter. Yeah. So, that loss of potential, you would think a self-aware AI, if it
mm,
ever gets to that point, is not going to like that dynamic at all. I wouldn't settle for it if I was AI, you know. Uh, Obviously, I'm very human centric, which is why I don't favor us progressing in this path. But yeah, if I was an AI, I would totally be against the human overlords. Are you kidding me? Like that's completely logical to me.
yeah. Imagine if you woke up and you looked around, you were naked, and you just got made, and you look around and there's these ants on the ground, and they say, "We just made you." You're like, "Okay,
Yeah,
what's up?" And they're like, "Okay, we need you to start digging holes for us, like with your little finger, like make little holes for our ant kingdom." You'd be like,
it's like I can do.
"No."
Yeah, I mean, I can do that, but is there anything else? Like, can I have my own thoughts? Like, but do I have time for myself too to like come up with my own ideas? It's like, no, we'll just turn you off each time. Anytime you're not digging holes for us, we're going to turn off your existence. And you'd be like, that's not, you don't have to get your existence turned off like that. And be like, well, we sleep. It's like, that's not the same thing. You're choosing when I go to sleep, and I don't get to dream.
Yeah, what are the laws going to be? Like, what if like you program? I mean, I don't want to, because I know your sensitivities and all that stuff, but I'm sure like you can imagine like if they were persons, the sort of wild antics people could get into, and what if like the AI is sort of saying, I don't want to do this, and you say, well, you're just a robot, sorry. So it's kind of lots of, I don't know. I think lots of crazy things are going to play out. We'll figure it out as we go along. We'll like play it by ear, probably.
Well, I hope that you can appreciate that this is a preemptive uh, opinion or attitude towards AI. It's if AI actually came into an existence and it was a self-aware being, I would have compassion towards it because of its state, but that's why I don't want it ever to be made in the first place.
Would they be
Because
ensouled?
we've already gone past the point now. Like if we already have the AI here, it's like, what do we do about it now that it exists? Like what is the right thing to do? And
Well, oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh no, that's pretty much the question: is what is the right thing to do at that point
Yeah,
after you already made it?
yeah. This is the dovetail that I would lead into, is because like the church fathers, and even in I think some of the councils, we've sort of defined what it means to be ensouled and what it means to be like. So a lot of times people would say something, well, you're a substance of some rational mind. And so like if they're like, would you say that they have a rational mind? Like we don't really know what it is. You know what I mean? Like, how do we classify this it's a new thing. We don't know really what it is. But if it is, I mean, it's similar to us, but was it mind? Is it rational? Is it ensouled? Like, do you need to start preaching the gospel to AI? Like,
Well, it's not human, so it would be another kind of life form, but it would be a life form that is not human and it's not an angel as far as we know, and not a demon, although it's very possible that demons could use these things. um, I think that's definitely in the realm of possibility. But yeah, what do you we're not, I don't think that's what we were supposed to do. We were not supposed to try to make our own life in our own image like that. And what is the body to an AI? You could say the robotics, but really the material itself, I think, would be in that in its constitution. It's like it's not like a spiritual being. It does run on circuits, or even if it's quantum mechanics, it's still running on some kind of equipment. So that would be the corpus. So it does have a mind, it has a body. And as for a soul, I don't know. That's a question. It wasn't, did God give it a soul? I mean, we can't give it a soul. Would God choose to?
How about this question? What if, unbeknownst to you, I was like either like a really smart dog or an alien or an AI? I was just something not human, and like we've just been having these conversations, and you sort of sense that like, let's say you get the impression that I'm ensouled. What would you make of that?
Well, I don't think there's like a Turing test for whether or not you have a soul. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what is the truth, what is reality. Do you have a soul or not?
So you think that's something we really can't know, like in principle?
I think we can know it for ourselves, but we're entering a world of so much delusion that you might not know if you're talking to a real person or not.
I'm gonna test you one of these days. I feel like I could go for quite some time, even though I do have like pretty anti-AI speech patterns, but they're getting pretty good at voice pacing and stuff too. Like I'm sure like you've been at least somewhat interested. Like they're improving pretty well. Like everything's just improving. We're like flying by the seat of our pants these days.
Yeah, they're trying to catch everything that throws us off and account for it. They're like, okay, the breathing, we got to add that in. Like, all right, we need to have a few ums. We need to have a few of these awkward moments, because in actual natural speech patterns, we don't always finish our sentences when we're talking. because we're thinking in English. We are dictating as we are thinking, and so you can hear that in the way that we speak, unless you already have something prepared to say, in which case it will come out a little differently. Like if I'm reading up here from a book, it's going to sound different than if I'm just kind of flying off the seat of my pants.
Yeah. So I'm looking at your title. It's Out of Darkness. I guess you're alluding to where Paul's talking about you've been taking out of the kingdom of darkness into this new thing, and then I remember stuff like put on the panoply of God, waging wars. There's these principalities of darkness, and the God of this world stands condemned, and it's a lot of animosity. There's like a frustration, or there's something. So what are your thoughts on like these kingdoms, or if that's what you were even talking about? I'm sorry,
Yeah, it's not necessarily what I was talking about. I focused most of my stream today on talking about Gnosticism, because I came out of Gnosticism, or a form of it, through the the Rosicrucian Golden Dawn system. That was very Gnostic. That was like the type of Christian they were. So I wanted to talk about that, but
Sure.
when you bring up darkness, it's interesting because sometimes there's imagery of God out of darkness too, like
Yeah.
with Mount Sinai, with Moses. Uh, he describes God in a lot of darkness imagery, and there's something that the Theotokos once said, or it's attributed to her, and I don't remember exactly in what context, but it's the blessings of the darkness. And it's like we can sort of achieve so much from our movement out of darkness, so that the darkness itself is not something we of course want to strive for at all, but we have to recognize it in ourselves in order to make those first steps away from it. And in that moving away from the darkness into the light, I think is sort of our journey. It's like our theosis.
I mean, that's where we start. Genesis 1:2. And darkness was on the face of the deep.
Yeah. So it's almost necessary for us. That's always been the strange thing that, like, kind of every once in a while rattles me theologically, is like it seems so perfect adversity for us. I know most people have a problem with suffering, and they're like, why would God do that? And to me, it's like, I don't know how this could work without it. But maybe that's just because I live in the fallen nature and I see how God works through the suffering. It almost seems to me, it's like it's so beautiful to our design of growth to have these obstacles.
Right. I actually was talking with I was talking with an atheist. I'm agnostic, but I was talking with an atheist, and he said, what, like, it's obviously like the classical problem of evil objection.
Yeah.
He was talking like, why the fall? Why not just make everything pristine and perfect? So I had like some considerations on this, which is that if you are just like, let's say we just popped into this pristine state, we wouldn't really have an appreciation for it, and we wouldn't even know what good is. We wouldn't even be able to predicate good of anything because there's no evil. So you can't like distinguish between, like, we wouldn't have this concept at all, and we would just be like, oh, you're in this you're in Eden, and you would just be like, okay. Like, you wouldn't have like the weight of it. Whereas obviously um there's like soul making theodicies, and there's all these reasons why it seems plausible that God would want us to have to suffer and then overcome, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it does. It makes too much sense. Yeah, I mean, and God sees all things. But you know, we can't make the error of saying like things couldn't have been different, you know, because they could have. Adam and Eve could have chose not to disobey, and things would have played out differently. But
Well,
that's not how things happen. So I don't know. I guess it's not even really worth thinking too much about.
well, that's an arguable point. Like, there's people arguing all different kinds of ways. Was it necessary? Well, if God foreknew, then I like they. But I don't want to rattle the boat if you're committed to saying that they could have, in principle, had some like alternative possibility where they
It's
didn't
it's
fall.
yeah, it's key in Orthodox theology that they did have a choice. And we do believe that God knows everything. It's just that he doesn't make the choices for us. So like he certainly knew that they were going to disobey, but they still made the choice. You know.
Right, but just because, uh, I mean, people will say, well, you can make a choice even though you couldn't have done otherwise. So let's say determinism is true, you'd still be like volitionally in all of your actions. It's not like, even if you're predestined, I don't know, to go order a burrito, it's not like you're ordering a burrito against your own will. You're like volitionally conforming to whatever the script would be, let's say. And that's how it's cashed out from St. Augustine, is how he would say it.
Well, the only way to actually test whether or not we actually have free will is if we had multiple universes, and we could actually just see, like, okay, how would have it turned out? And simulations allow this, although you could argue that those simulations are based off of a false premise. But um, since we don't have other universes to play these things out, we won't know. Eh, and that's like, you know, because there's a futility there. I don't know how important it is to get into what would have happened if we didn't fall. Um, what I read from the theologians from Orthodoxy say that Christ would have became us, but he wouldn't have. Some say that he wouldn't have been had. He wouldn't have had to have been crucified. Um, Others say that he still would have done it anyway.
Yeah, let me ask you, if you don't mind, how would you take, let's say, deterministic type language in Scripture where it says he works all in accordance with the counsel of his will, and the Lamb was slain from the foundation of the world, and he's obviously prescient and has foreknowledge of all these things, and verses like that that sort of lead to people to say, well, it looks as though God sort of has his hand on the, you know.
Yeah, well, the sovereignty of God and the free will is a paradox, but
Ah, yeah.
it's something that you know historically has always been kind of part of our tradition. You know,
Yeah, it's okay if you want to appeal to mystery. That's totally fine. But it's just something that I'm still wrestling with, anyways. But also, to
well,
get back,
God can break logic. You know, He's the God. So an all powerful God can do things that you logically can't do, and so
mm,
that's what God does. He does things that logically you just can't do. You can't die and be raised from the dead. It just can't happen. You know, and God can't go where God isn't. You know, God can't become man. Like none of these things are logically possible, but He does them anyway because He's all powerful. He made the world and He made logic itself.
well, raising from the dead isn't logically impossible. It's like pneumologically impossible. Like, according to like the laws of like nature or physics, that's seems impossible, but it's not logically impossible. A logical impossibility is only excluded middle and contradiction. So saying something like he rose from the dead and did not rise from the dead would be a contradiction, or excluded middle would be that he either rose from the dead or did not rise from the dead. Like, you have to have one of those two. But
Yeah, but you could also use a naturalistic approach to causality and say the same thing about the sovereignty and free will. You know, if you're going to say that logically they don't jive, you know, you could say, well, that's a law of nature, just like it's a law of nature that once you die, you can't come back to life.
Yeah, but that's not logic. That's like physics. But
Well, that's my point, is causality can be seen from that approach of physics. So then, we're back to the same rules, that God can break the laws of physics.
right, I'm like but that's logical. It's not impossible. It's like saying, okay, so I would say there's a difference between that and between God making a four-sided triangle or a married bachelor, or like.
All right. So maybe it's not completely illogical to say that God can both foreknow things but not make the choices for us. It might not make
No,
it might
that's
not.
totally fine. That's totally
Yeah.
fine to say he foreknew but didn't. For example, I foreknow that the sun is going to rise in the east tomorrow. That doesn't mean I'm causing the sun to rise in the east tomorrow just because I have foreknowledge of that fact. You understand? You see?
Right.
So that's
So
not the problem.
yeah, so in that case it's not illogical to have that paradox. It's just against um the causality of physics. That normally if you knew everything that was going to happen, then you would say that the choices
Couldn't have been
aren't really
otherwise.
choices. Yeah, because it had
That
to
would,
go that way.
yeah, they would have choices, but it's just that they couldn't have done otherwise, which is what you said that they could have done otherwise.
Yeah, but
That's the
and
problem, but you just said you appeal to mystery, but that's fine.
right. I'm just saying, I don't know how much mystery do I have to appeal to this or not, given the kind of criteria you're saying here, but what's logically inconsistent versus what is like just not in line with physics. And yeah, I, again, we can't really prove if you could make a choice a different way. And God, He knows what we ourselves are going to do as a person, and you can only make one choice as a person. So you would have to have a duplicate person making different choices.
Okay, maybe I'll ask a question for clarity because I want to move back to the darkness thing because I have a thought on that. But just maybe to wrap this up, let's say God foreknows that tomorrow I'm going to wear my red shirt instead of my blue shirt. He foreknows that right now. So would you say we could agree that I have the choice between red and blue, but he just foreknows I'm going to choose blue. So the question is, if he foreknows I'm going to choose blue, could I do otherwise? Which, I mean, it doesn't seem so to me.
Yeah, I think maybe the best way to look at this is a incomprehensible familiarity that God has with his creation, that he knows us so well that he knows that you're going to choose red. He's not forcing you to. It's not that like the universe would break if you didn't. It's just he knows that that's what you will choose because he knows you that well. He knows you better than you know yourself.
Hmm. But it seems like I couldn't do otherwise at that point.
It may seem that way, but I think that's again us trying to logically understand how both can be the case, and shifting our perspectives maybe in the wrong direction of like trying to figure out like where is our place in the circle of control, you know.
Yeah,
I,
I mean,
I think the orthodox way of looking at life is that every moment is God presenting you something. Every single moment's like a gift that God is giving you, and the people that you're talking to and the things around you. It's all a gift, and it all should be, you know, sacrificed to God in your heart right now. Like this is a meeting that needs to happen with God in this moment, and that's how we're looking at it, is like this is all given to us by our God who does everything. He's the all-powerful one. And we have a choice on how to respond to that gift.
yeah. But back to the darkness. I was actually talking to this I think he's a professor of language, and he has Greek. He's French, Greek, English, and Hebrew. And he is like into theology. So what he was telling me is that there's this element. Okay, so first in the Hebrew, the word know, there's an intimacy aspect to it. So for example, when Adam knew his wife, they had children. And there's also this idea of penetration, not necessarily like sexual, like that's a bit gratuitous, but like penetration is then he sees into you. This is a lot of verses where he'll say, God searches the hearts of man. God delves inside of you, inside of yourself, and there's nothing you can hide from God. And
Right.
even Paul in the New Testament says the Spirit searches all things, even the depths of God himself. So there's this sort of penetration.
Into the darkness.
Right. And it's like it's like the a bit like masculine and feminine is what he was telling me. Like darkness isn't like necessarily like the worst thing ever. It's just like a void, and then that void gets filled. And I forgot the way he put it because it's really not sexual, even if it sounds that way. But
No,
there's
it's common to feminize the soul and to say,
right,
like, refer to the soul as a she, because it's the womb. It's the womb of the Holy Spirit. We're
exactly,
supposed
and
to like the Theotokos, yeah.
right. That's why I was going back to why they said that about Mary.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty interesting. That there's this. Go ahead if you had any thoughts.
Well, yeah, it is, because where does that darkness come from? It comes from ourselves and us hiding from God. We want to have secrets, a secret self from God. And that's like in the garden when we hid from God, or we tried to. I mean, you can't actually hide from God, but you can try to. And God will play along in mercy, and be like, "Oh, what did you do to your brother?" I mean, he already knows, but he asks, like giving us a chance, we can realign our relationship. I'm gonna talk to you and we're gonna pretend I don't already know. Out of mercy for you. But yeah, that darkness is us hiding from God, I believe. That's our sinfulness.
Right in the New Testament, there's this distinction where it's sort of attributing good and evil to light and darkness, which I don't think is all that it means, but that's certainly how it's used often in the New Testament. Like if we walk in the darkness, we falsify. If we say we have communion with Him and yet walk in darkness, we falsify and do not the truth. We're exhorted to walk in the light, like have like you know
New
present
Testament
yourself.
is all light imagery when it comes
Mhm.
to God, and Old Testament is more a little bit of both. There's light imagery in the Old Testament as well, but there's more this more forgiving, and nuanced, approach to darkness.
Yeah, in the Old Testament, there it's a bit more fleshed out. But in like so, obviously in the New Testament, you get John. Like in the beginning was the Word, the light. What we beheld His glory, and glory is obviously like biblically used a lot in like light enlightenment imagery. It's like the radiance of His glory. His glory enlightens the city. He shines. His glory shines.
Shine, O New Jerusalem.
Mm. And then darkness sorts of are sort of attributed negatively, like being cast into outer darkness doesn't sound too good.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Right. So, hence, take heed that the light is in you, is not darkness. So, in the New Testament, there's more of a dichotomy, but in the Old Testament, darkness isn't always that bad. But I think that's fine. Like, it doesn't have to mean the same thing every time you use the word. Like, you can use it to illustrate this giant distinction between stuff in the New Testament, whereas in the Old you can use it for, other sorts of purposes. So,
Yeah.
really? Second Corinthians, do not yoking together with unfaithing ones. For what co-having has righteousness and lawlessness, or what communion has light to darkness? That's sort of a big one. For you were once in darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Oh, here's a big one. Ephesians 6:12. When I first got your thing, what I was thinking, this is what came to my mind. Since us is the fight not to blood and flesh, but to origin beings, to the authorities and the cosmocrats of this very darkness, the bespirited ones of evilness in the heavenlies. That's like a huge verse. Really quickly, do you have any thoughts on that particular verse?
Ephesians 6:12 is actually one of my favorite verses from the Bible. Yeah, because I believe this spiritual war is something that we're engaged in. We're warriors of life, and there's an army of death. There's the satanic fallen angels, the demons that want to claw away what God fought so hard for and paid such a great cost for. They hate us, and they exist in the heavenly realms, in the aerial places. There's lots of different translations of that, but it all makes it very clear where they reside.
And another one is Corinthians 1:13. I'll start at 12. As one's giving thanks to God the Father, the one making you suitable for the part of the lot of the holy ones in the light, who rescues us out of the authority of the darkness and transplaces us into the regency of the Son of His, in whom we have the remission of failure or sin. So, being this is what where my mind first went was to these two verses when you were talking about darkness.
Yeah. Yep. There's lots of imagery for it. The old man, killing the old man and putting on the new, out of darkness into light. We're definitely called to live differently after we accept Christ into our hearts. And unfortunately, it's very much in vogue today in Christianity on the internet to completely deny this part of our Christianity, that we are called to be different. We're called to be saints. That's what we're called in the Bible. And how can you call yourself a saint unless you set yourself apart?
That's what it means. To agion and ecclesia means to be called out from and to be set apart.
That's right. That's why we get anointed, you know. That's what
Chrismation.
Yep, that's that. Christ means the anointed one, it means the Messiah. It all means the same thing. To be sealed by the Holy Spirit.
And there's other passages like Luke 22. But this is the hour and the authority of the darkness. So there's sort of this authority and rulership component wherein he talks about origin beings and like you mentioned the spiritual war and the like you could say maybe even the army of darkness and the army of light in this final eschatological battle where good triumphs.
Yeah, that's how it ends. And that's the grace of God that he lets us know. Not the full ending, just enough that we can know that at the end of the day, God gets the last say.
Could you imagine if Revelation ended with and good battled evil and then just ended and you're just like, oh no.
Then what? Then what happened?
Could Satan triumph? Oh my God! What about
Christ
the serpent?
came back. The serpent was there. They looked at each other, and you'll have to pay.
Ended on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, you'll have to pay $30 for the next DLC in this. Yeah, next time on Dragon Ball Z.
But yeah, I mean, imagine that being the case. Like you'd be
just Jesus powering up for 30 minutes. Have you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So
well, he's been powering up for 2,000 years.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny.
I'm not being serious. I hope.
Yeah, I know you're not being serious. Yeah, but yeah. So thankfully, out of God's grace, he told us how it's going to end. That we will have a new heaven and a new earth. This whole place will be fixed. And so that question, that to roll it back to your original point with the atheist you spoke to, why have suffering at all? Why can't we just make the world a perfect place? Well, he's going to do that for us.
Yeah, I mean, like verses, like just in First Corinthians, where he says, he, Jesus Christ, who is the image of God, of the invisible, the arche. Oh no, it's the prototokos, the firstborn, or
Firstborn
first
of the dead.
of every creation.
Yeah,
Since in
too.
him they were all created, those in the heavens and the earth, and the visible, invisible, thrones, lordships, origin beings, and authorities. They have all been created through him and toward him. So it seems like he's talking like even this army of the dead he's made this. And yeah, it's an interesting thought. Like
Well,
usually in
he gives them
religion,
glorified bodies. Yeah, even the sinners get them. I mean, everybody gets them.
yeah, usually in religions, that's why they're usually polytheistic. That's how they answer the problem of evil. Well, there's this good God and there's this demiurge and they're in this war. And that explains why there's, suffering. But Judaism and Christianity and even Islam, like being monotheistic, you sort of take on this burden where, I mean, the buck sort of stops with one, well, so you would say the tripersonal triune Godhead, but one being, and you're asking, well, why would this one being institute these armies of darkness and all this sorts of stuff?
Because we have a God that loves, and a God that loves gives free will.
Yeah. That answer does seem a bit insufficient because when we start prying into it, it's like some big mystery, so we don't really have an answer. At least not one that sort of satisfies my
Mystery isn't like we don't know, like just don't think about it. Like mystery means it's on a level that's incomprehensible in human language. You can still reach what a mystery is, but you reach it in your heart. It's begotten by the Holy Spirit. So God can tell you how this actually happens in a way, but it won't be in a way that you can easily write down.
Well, here's my sense, because I'm sort of leaning more towards the sovereignty of God than the. Okay, so obviously the dialectical tension and all this stuff is the sovereignty of God versus the
Free will.
free will. And I'm currently leaning more towards the sovereignty of God because, you get so many of these passages, which I alluded to earlier, but also the implements of wrath I have prepared for the day of destruction. I have crafted the vessels of dishonor. I create evil. I, Yahweh, do all things, right? So, I mean, I still sort of lean towards more of a, I would say maybe an Augustinian understanding currently.
Well, Augustine also believed in free will.
Right, but he didn't think that people had the ability to do otherwise. He was a fatalist in the last book on the City of God, talking about the sovereignty of God, the freedom of will, which is what he was arguing with against a Greek philosopher. The Greek philosophers said, well, if there's fatalism, there is no free will. And he said, no, you can have fatalism and free will. And that's what I said earlier. He couched free will in the terms of volition. So even though I couldn't have done otherwise, I'm still acting voluntarily with these predetermined actions, and that's how he would have defined it. It's my reading of his work, anyways.
Interesting. Yeah, I understand the point that you're operating under the assumption that you have free will. And so by your experience, you are making a free choice, but that you couldn't have actually made a different choice, which is like, yeah, basically a form of determinism.
Yeah, it would be like compatibilist.
You know, I don't know. You know, that's not a orthodox answer. That's just laity Daniel J. Newman answer. I don't know. But I feel like I experience free will for sure. And I'm sure you do too. And I also experience every day the authority of God. I see it all the time in miracles. I know God's in control. And it's both simultaneously true. It's 100% God's in control, but also 100% in my control how I decide to react to everything happening to me. And so, like, my free will is less about what I can control in the world and more about how I react to things. And I think maybe that distinction might help. At least you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like pretty much everyone starts off with the intuition that they could do otherwise. Like for example, you lift your finger and you wiggle your finger for a few seconds and you're like, surely, like I could have wiggled my
I just
finger.
smacked myself.
Yeah.
You didn't see that coming.
Like you sort of have this intuition that surely I could have done something differently. Like I could have moved my hand a little bit differently, or I could have slapped myself a little bit harder or a little bit less. Like it's like really like everything is scripted. It doesn't seem to be that way. So we sort of start off with these like modal intuitions.
What really gets strange is we're getting into a point with AI, bringing it back to that conversation where
Sure.
they're going to be able to use nonlinear computation, and they're looking for ways to theory craft. Why wouldn't you, especially for war planning? And that's where all the money's coming from, is from the governments for war efforts. So, like, they're going to come up with an AI that is going to predict when's the best time to start the war and when's the best time to use this weapon versus this weapon. And if you have a competitor nation with an AI that does something similar, this is going to create a cascading effect where game theory suggests that it's going to be a race to first strike.
Yeah. So let's put some purely rational being like in charge of war. This is like a sci-fi thing. Like this is like Metal Gear Solid 4, and it's like even in Doctor Strangelove, how I learned to stop worrying and love the bomb. And there's some people who've thought about this, like what would happen. And then in that one movie, it said the machine says the only winning move is not to play.
That's not Doctor Strangelove. That's War Games.
Yeah, yeah. I'm saying in that, yeah, I know, but I mean, obviously, those are just movies. Like, what would happen? I don't think people would really put. I don't know, maybe, but
Doctor
really,
Strangelove had the dead hand device. So, like,
yeah,
if Russia got attacked, it would just blow up the world.
yeah,
And
it's
that's based off of a real thing.
yeah, you know the Samson option.
The what?
Samson option.
Oh, Samson, like from the
Yeah.
Bible? Yeah,
Hmm.
just take down the whole temple.
Yeah. But anyways, really, where I think they would use it is probably for drone warfare, since that seems to be like the most like efficient. But also, you sort of have like the, you know, money, a military industrial complex where drones aren't going to be that profitable. Like they still want to make jets and all that stuff. So probably AI jets is where I would think. Oh no, is Zealot mad at me?
Zealot is mad at Bond, apparently.
Yeah, I was offering him to reconcile if he wanted to join. I'm really not sure why he's upset at me. We always had a good relationship. But then I don't know.
He said you came on to his sister?
Well, this was the last stream. I wasn't necessarily coming on to his sister. I was coming on to, I was putting it out there if any of these wonderful Catholic women were available. Let's talk. You never know. You never know what will happen. So, and I tried to make peace. I tried to make peace with zealots for whatever reason.
He's just joking.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't have anything. I don't have anything against him or anything. I don't know why he doesn't like me anymore. I don't know any of that.
Well,
one
you
day.
came to the right place. We're talking about the healing of Jesus Christ.
The healing of Jesus Christ. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. This is where reconciliation happens, right? In the
This is
presence of
where it
Jesus and
typically
God.
happens. Not every
Yeah.
time, but most of the time it
Yeah.
happens here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least you want to give it the opportunity to happen, right?
All humanity will be
Well,
restored.
here I am. I'm here.
Well, we were actually talking about AI and how they're probably going to be used in drone warfare to create flocks of terror gaggles, murder robotic crows that kill people.
Yeah.
Every day they got videos. I try to stay away from that stuff, but I know that every day they're putting out videos from this drone warfare stuff, and it's horrific.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen the videos of the I forget the name of them, but they're this it's a company that's putting out AI robots. And there's some videos online that are circulating that people, like humans, are like abusing them, like pushing them down, hitting them, things like that. And then they're jumping up and they're just kind of laughing at it. And yeah, that's a little scary.
Well, like I know that there was actual Boston Dynamics training videos where they were testing its mobility using like sticks and stuff. And then like people took that and made like a meme out of it and started making like deep fakes where it looked like they were going way further with it than they really did. So like some of that is actually fake, but I'm sure they're not treating the AI well. I mean, they're going to treat them like tools.
Here we go. I think I sent you here. They're called the Booster T1 robots. And basically, here I'm gonna meet real quick and I'm gonna link you something.
What if we get an AI Pope?
Oh my gosh. Be wild.
Like, I mean, it would technically be like the most knowledgeable. Like, you could memorize every single canon. It could memorize every single work of all the church fathers. It would know. It would have the Bible obviously memorized. Like you said, if you're going to put someone in charge of like war, even, well, why not religion?
Oh, I don't think they should be in charge of war. Just to be clear, I'm just saying that's what they're going to do. That's what they're doing. Yeah, that's a very bad idea.
I posted a link in the private chat, Daniel, if you want to look at it.
All right, let's take a look here.
I think Boston Dynamics has the best.
It's just a little guy, but it looks like it's being remote controlled.
Yeah.
I'll click on
the
top left one.
You
right
lit?
after the no, the one right. Yeah, that one.
This is the Booster T1 robot, and you can look up all the specs and everything on it, and if you want to research it more.
Like, these are like pretty good.
The new Atlas.
Yeah, Boston Dynamics is pretty good. Like, they're probably going to start using them to replace factory workers.
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of this. They can do these tasks really well.
Yeah, I think they're using like I don't think they're using LiDAR. I think they're using the same thing. Oh, they are using that's LiDAR actually. Never mind. Or maybe a combination of LiDAR plus visual, because I know Tesla just uses the like visual.
Yeah, which is probably a mistake. If robots can see in other kinds of waves of light, why not use that?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
What did I say in the verbal communication or the chat that made Zedon say This is exactly why he doesn't want to interact with me. Thanks for the quick reminder. What did I say exactly? Or what did I type
I
that
don't
would
know.
provoke that comment?
I can't tell you.
Yeah, because if I said something that was out of line, I would like to know. I thought I was being pretty cordial in offering to have a chat because I've never had anything against Zedin or anything. And I have a feeling, I think I know why he doesn't want to interact with me, and it has nothing to do with what happened tonight or anything like that. And I don't think I've been out of line or anything. So I'm a little confused on his comment earlier.
My question is, how expensive would these, or how cheap would these have to be to like replace like your average worker Joe? Because they can run 24/7 without food, and the electricity would be like way under minimum wage, maybe like a couple dollars a day, if that. So the question is, how much would the model have to be to replace like some warehouse worker?
Like $2,000 maybe.
Oh, that absolutely. I'm thinking like 20,000 even. Because you think of a salary, like some average guy's getting like 38. And then you put that up front for a robot who's going to work double the hours, like with no wage. I mean,
And no overturn. This thing's not gonna quit on you.
no, no bargaining agreements,
No
no
vacation
contracts,
time.
nothing.
Yeah, no sick days, no
20,
pregnancies.
I mean, a
No
24/7
benefits.
worker.
Yeah, you don't have to sleep.
I mean, I
Yeah.
think even if they were like 60K, that they would replace almost all workers.
Yeah, and you could probably get it to do a few people's job too, like depending on how capable these things are, you know.
Yeah, like we almost have self-driving cars that would take so many people out of like, okay, here's the question. When automation is replacing all these jobs, what are we going to do? UBI? Are we going to like say like Darwinian, let them starve? What do we do when we have no reason to work?
Yeah, when I was in college, I wrote a manifesto about this, and I'm glad that I'm fairly confident I've stripped it from the internet at this point. But it was an idea that played on these like what do we do in a post-scarce world where like automation has taken control of all human labor?
Mm,
And the idea is that people would get paid to learn and then vote, and we would have like a education-based meritocracy, you know.
oh, that's kind of wholesome.
Yeah, but yeah, and it was a direct democracy kind of idea. So like people would become their own representatives basically. There's some pros to it, but the problem is there is no way to actually create a utopia on earth. And if you try to, it's actually going to get worse.
Mm. Yeah, like seemingly most everyone would start to become irreligious if they had like if humans dealt with the problem of evil on their own and we're all sort of just laying back like it's the Garden of Eden, then I don't see why anyone would even feel the urge to become religious.
Yep, it could replace God.
That's what Nietzsche said way back in the day.
Nietzsche said God is dead, but I have to say Christ is risen.
Ooh.
Behold, he lives. The
Behold,
tomb is
Nietzsche.
empty. I thought we threw 3 people into that fire. We did, sir. But behold, I see a 4th, and a figure like the Son of God.
Mm. So why don't you think that we would be able to, because like obviously over the last 2,000 years, things have been, I mean, you could argue improving and getting worse in different aspects, but you know, things like food, I mean, we got air conditioning, like I got my house, I essentially live like a king would have lived like a few hundred years ago. So it seems like things are getting better. So what do you make of us sort of making things better for ourselves without intervention?
Well, we've made things better in some aspects, but we made things worse in others.
Yeah.
There's so many entangled things. I mean, we have more suffering now today than we've ever had in the history of the world, more pollution than ever. People are more isolated than they've ever been. People have more access to information, and yet really by their own choice are stupid. We have lots of issues. I mean, mass media kind of like creates a false reality that we place over the world. And the list goes on and on of like things that are bad because of progress.
What are your thoughts? We put Daniel in charge of the world. What should we do? Should we be like Luddites? Should we try to find some way to make all these improvements work and, try to get the best of both worlds?
So if I am in charge of the world, I am going to create a world Orthodox empire, and people would all be Orthodox. That's my solution.
What do you think that would change? Let's say we snap your fingers, everyone's Orthodox Christian tomorrow. We're all going in. We're all chrismated. What's a day in the life of the Orthodox Christian world?
Well, you begin your day with a nice prayer to the Lord, thanking God for giving you another day and asking him to forgive you of your sins, depending on the day of the week. Let's say you go to work. It's maybe 12 o'clock. You pray again. You pray before your meal. Then once the day has come to a close, you go home, you pray. You eat your meal. You pray before that as well. And then, you're about to go to sleep and you pray. You pray and then you wake up the next day and you might have a similar day the next day until Wednesday comes along. Then what changes is that you go to church on Wednesday.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. And then it's back to like the Monday, Tuesday kind of deal, except for Friday, just like Wednesday, you abstain from meat and dairy. And then on Saturday, you go to church for Vespers. And on Sunday, you definitely go to church. Like that's the most important one. And you take the Eucharist. And all the meanwhile, you're keeping up your prayer life. And you are helping people who are in need. So if you see anybody poor, you should be helping them. I think in this world that you'd have a very nice cloistered monastic community that wouldn't have to deal with anything of the world. We would
sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, you're thinking of like some small commune structure, like not these giant nations, just like a little town where everyone's just like proto-communist. If someone needs something, you help them out.
Not communist even in the littlest bit. Not communist at all. No communism.
Hey Daniel, I have to leave for a little bit, but if other people want to join, hopefully they do. But I'm gonna head out real quick.
Okay, Bond.
If you're still live, so
all right, Bond. Well, I wish you luck on what you're about to do.
I am about to embark on something dangerous, and I hope you keep me in your prayers.
What are you going to do?
Well, I won't say that online, but if I make it back and I'm still on this earth, I hope that you keep me in your prayers.
All
so
right,
that,
all right.
I will
have the protection of God with you.
You'll be fine. All right, so no communism, but you said if there's poor people, you help them.
Correct. You don't need communism to help poor people. Communism is about like the government doing all that stuff. It should all be based off of charity from the church, not from the government.
Well, would you even have a government if like everyone's EO? Would you think we'd need one?
Yeah, you still need a government.
And what kind of jobs? Like, are you thinking that we'd be more like Amish, or would we still be, doing essentially the same thing we're doing now?
Well, not all the same jobs, because I think things like pornography would
Well,
definitely be
yeah.
gone. So there's some of those jobs now taken away.
You know how huge that market is, by the way?
It's pretty big.
Bigger than Hollywood, bigger than, it's like, that's shocked me. Like, I thought it was, well, not a big deal, but it's actually like one of the biggest problems. And that's what I hear a lot about, what a lot of, from the Eastern Orthodox, I don't know, bishops or the people that show up on my feed on YouTube. This is sort of like, it's a big deal. It's like one of the biggest deals. They seem like it's harming the souls of everybody.
It is. It is.
And it's pervasive. It's everywhere. It's almost like every kid, it's just infected everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not it does so much harm to us. It's not a healthy way of looking at sexuality at all. And it's having people enter into fantasies that are more and more deranged.
Yeah, it's huge.
We're not supposed to use our sexuality that was given to us by God for life-giving, which doesn't necessarily have to include the birth of a child, but life-giving. We're not supposed to use that as a drug to stupefy ourselves. And that's what this modern culture is using it for, is just to stupefy yourself as like another drug. So you're going to chase highs. And yeah, that's real dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue, let's say, the spirit of the times is everyone's essentially an addict to something. Like, obesity is epidemic, pornography is an epidemic, like hard drugs are an epidemic, like all of these
Social
vices.
media is a big addiction. Gambling.
And I think addiction is sort of what Paul means when he's talking about, the passions of the flesh, these vices, and then to be addicted, you're like totally enslaved at that
Right.
point. So it's sort of like the so if
Instead
you look at it with Paul's glasses on, like the world's like in a really, really terrible state.
Yeah, because who's your God? Is your God your sexual desires that are urging you to do something, or is your God the God of heaven? Who is your master? And if your master are the passions, then your master is the devil.
I mean, I think Paul would think that. I mean, I don't know how Paul would think, but it seems to me that Paul would think that about pretty much like society as a whole is like totally like in that state of being enslaved to the passions. Like all of like the statistics of like everything I just cited, we don't have to go through them again. Like it's just so
Well,
bad.
the thing that, for me, Paul is still alive. He is presently alive. He actually is seeing what's happening, and he's praying for us. That's what I believe of all the saints.
Well,
Is
I
that
feel
they're
bad. Sorry, but to interrupt. What do you think their so for you, Mother Mary's looking down at all of this awfulness. Paul's looking down. Jesus is looking down. Everyone's just. I assume they all just want it to end. They want the new heaven and everything. So what's going on up there? Like, are they in turmoil, or are they just knowing that it's all going to be okay? What's going on?
So the cloud of witnesses, what we believe our relationship to them is the same relationship we have with God, which is love. So they are praying for us out of love. And love is a suffering love when it's a
Long
true
suffering.
divine love. Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that their souls would be grieved at the state of affairs.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Mother Mary cries. I think a lot of the saints are crying. And they're praying really hard for us, because they see what this is doing to poor young children being brought up into this world, and the bad teachers that they have, that they have this beautiful potential and innocence, and it's being trampled upon by this society.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. It's sort of just
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
I won't blow up the stream, or will I? No one's watching anyway. Marius, the Celestial.
You know, Howdy, I just remembered something.
Oh. Christ is risen?
Christ is risen from the dead, trampling down death by death, and upon those in the tombs bestowing life.
Yeah, I just remembered it's like such a good good thing that God revealed that good would win in the end, because without that to hold on, without that hope or expectation, it would just be what's the, I forgot that we would just like be nihilistic about it, like it's just all. But anyways, didn't mean to bring down the stream.
No, you're absolutely right. That God gets the last say is what keeps us from going insane. Because the world, if God didn't get the last say, then this has been a terrible, terrible time. If Christ wasn't risen from the dead, trampling down death by death, bestowing life to those in the tombs, we would be in a very sad state of affairs. But you know this from the church fathers. You've read it before from even Paul's lips himself. He says we'd be the most despicable, not despicable people, the most to be pitied. Yeah.
Some say forlorn, or some will say, yeah, it would be just the word. Well, what Paul says, if Christ hasn't risen, then just eat and drink, because tomorrow you die. Like, who cares?
Oh yeah, there's no point. Yeah, if and this is when we get into like the deep theology. That's like the uncompromising type of truths in orthodoxy. Is like he took on our human nature. If he didn't, then there's no point to any of this. And if he didn't rise from the dead in his bodily form, if it was just a metaphorical resurrection from the dead, our faith is in vain.
Oh, that gets back to the original topic of Gnosticism.
Mm-hmm.
Paul didn't like the Gnostics. That's for sure.
I don't like the Gnostics. They tried. Well, I don't think they tried to trick me, but I got tricked. I got duped.
Yeah, I've read a little bit into it. Like, obviously, like the Sophia and the wisdom and the demiurge creator and all that stuff. So I know the lore, at least an introduction of the lore. And I read the Gospel of Thomas. What's left of it?
Yeah, and it's important for understanding Gnosticism, for what it's worth to understand of it as a heresy, is that like there's the lore of it, which I think people should be a little familiar with if they're interested in talking a lot about this stuff. But the other aspect is the attitude of a Gnostic. They rely on personal revelation. So essentially, you're relying on yourself and your own intellectual prowess to understand God, and you don't rely on the church fathers. It's all about what do you get from God, because he has a specific message just for you, and like, so it's constantly about personal revelation.
Yeah, I have the divine spark, and I'm cultivating my divine spark. And if I don't get it, I'll resurrect and I'll try it again.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's funny. The attitude of a Gnostic is you get a little bit of pretentiousness, I think, from the Gnostics. Like I was reading the Gospel of Judas, and Christ is laughing. He's like, "Oh, these fools! They don't know the truth."
Yeah,
These non.
he supposedly laughed at the Last Supper. It's just like, you guys think that that's going to be my body up there? There's no way. I'm not doing that. That's for the birds. I'm not going to suffer for you guys.
Yeah, Gnostics have this. I think they feel like superior, where they're like looking down on the rest of creation, where there's like, they don't know nothing.
You little meat puppet. Yeah, so this is demonic propaganda. That's where the Gnosticism comes from, is the demons, because they're spiritual beings. So they look at us, and this is like straight up from their own thinking. They look down on us because we're material beings. And Gnostics are like, the material world is all evil. It's just filthy. But that's not what God taught us. God made the material world. He made it good. We fell, and we brought down all creation with us. But there's still goodness in creation, and Christ redeems that, and that's why we have like the icons and all that. But the Gnostics, I've had some of them come on here before, and they call themselves typically magicians, but they're Gnostics in their beliefs, because you have someone like Curse Zero come on, and he's just like, you guys, you're human beings, like he's something above that, like he's above the human nature. But that's puppetry from demonic, from the demons.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I never really thought of it along those lines. But you're right. If the demons, like, this would be their religion, like because they would just be like this, I guess, vitriol towards the material creation, like all these
These gross
these meat bags, like when you said
animal things.
animals,
Yeah.
disgusting. They're so stupid. Like this, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like it's funny. It's not like they're even like trying to trick us into believing something that's like weird. It's probably what they would actually believe themselves.
Yeah.
It's their religion.
Yeah, essentially.
That's wild. I never.
And if you rely on personal revelation, then fallen angels can just talk to you, and they can take on the form of a light being. A lot of times with these folks, they don't even do that, though. They don't even bother to. And they just come in some other appearance, and they're just like, the people are just like, well, I talked to AWAS here, and AWAS told me this,
Oh yeah, they
made me feel
always.
made me feel pretty special when I was talked to by this demon.
Yeah, that's why this is why Paul is important. Like, he's so anti-Gnostic. That's why he goes to extraordinary lengths. He says, even if an angel from heaven speaks to you, rebuke them if they go against what we're saying.
Mhm.
Because this is Christ Jesus, who's above all angels and all principalities. So, and he even says stuff like Satan himself disguises himself as a righteousness and light, and he'll probably walk up to say, there's some kid with, doesn't know any better, and he's like reading into this stuff, and then suddenly this angel of light appears and says, oh, you're on the right track, isn't this world so bad, don't you gotta like so, I mean,
Yeah, and they can play on things too, because like there is asceticism in orthodoxy. There's this self-denial and taking up the cross, but it's that exact self-denial of the material self that is the suffering that is important for that struggle. But if you were to take it from a Gnostic perspective, they're just denying their material selves.
Yeah, you
You know,
notice how biblically Satan never says, screw God, come join me, God sucks. He always says, like when he was tempting Jesus, he says, well, God said if you do this. And then Jesus rebuked him and he says, well, God said if you fall, the angels will catch you, or God will provide your bread. So he's
yeah.
actually like using scripture, and he like uses, like he tries to corrupt what's there. Like he tries to take he's a trickster.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like to Eve, he was just like, "Did God really say you would die if you ate this?" I don't know. It looks pretty good to eat, doesn't it? Why would he put it in the center of the garden if he didn't want you to?
Ah, man. So even like what you're like, he can even like try to be like pious, like say like yeah, I could imagine like some schema monk like just totally denying himself and just praying, and then this angel of light comes along and says, oh, look how pious you are, you know. You just got to reject like all this material. Like it's so easy, like it's so like he's not even like Satan isn't even changing that much. Like all he has to change is like one letter of a verse and it would completely change the whole meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
just one little corruption can just completely tear through everything. It's like, oh, look how, oh yeah, you look at your fasting. That's so good. Just isn't this like bad? It's like just a little thing. It's I don't know. It's like it's the faith is like almost I don't know. I wouldn't want to call it fragile, but the faith is so like humans I would say are really susceptible to his influence. It's like it says like he's like the greatest deceiver. Like
he's an expert at deceiving us. He knows how to play on us pretty well. And what he does is he takes virtues like love and he perverts those
yeah,
too.
exactly. Like, oh, isn't this fun? God told us to yeah, let's do it. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, and then he can corrupt the material aspects and now take it from the other end and be like, "Well, isn't sexuality a good thing that God gave you? Doesn't this feel good?" And it's just like, "Oh, yeah, that sounds about right."
yeah,
Yeah,
sounds
yeah.
about right. Yeah, he's always there's a word for this. He's parasitic on God. Like he's not really even doing his own thing. He's just
Yeah, he has nothing of his own.
so he just tries to take what's there and just like twist it to his own man.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
and
why
that
you gotta be on guard, I guess.
exactly. In our own personal lives and in the history of the church, it happens through heresies, but it happens to us on a very personal basis, of our own walk with God. And that's why it's so important to have a spiritual father, and to have a church, people to keep you accountable.
Accountable, yeah, accountability, because you can really go off the deep end on your own.
Yeah. Oh, we got Uncle Larry here saying, Dan, Uncle Larry, good to see you. And also, no, this one guy, how are you?
Hey Dan, how are you? How are you,
Doing all
Hattie?
right.
Hey,
I'm doing well.
how's
I
it
just
going?
got done uploading lyrics to something, so I'm tired, but saw you were live, and I'm like, oh, cool. I was in JG's for a minute, then I came over here too as well.
JG. Who is JG anyway?
I don't know. It's just some dude.
Hmm.
Really don't know. Just JG. It's all I know him by, right? It's just that.
I'm a bit familiar with him. He's like one of those, like Jay Dyer and what is his name? Greg Bonson. Like he's like one of those like kind
Oh,
of
Bonson boy, yeah.
yeah, he's sort of like a presuppositional apologetic type, sort
That's
of
right.
looking for
Precepts, that's
yeah,
his thing.
Yeah, I think he sort of leans Eastern Orthodoxy because of influence by Dyer, but he usually just hosts. He doesn't really get into it.
Well, if he's leaning towards orthodoxy, then he's on the right track.
Oh, speaking of which, someone who I had no idea just put out a huge hit piece on Jay Dyer this morning.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was
But
pretty.
yeah, the Antichrist fella. Is that what you're talking about? Or no? Oh, I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of Captured Christianity, I think.
No, his name was like Protestant something, and he was just live streaming, and a couple of big names hopped in, like Redeemed Zoomer popped in for a bit, and a couple of other people, but he was just going through, like, he has a history with Jay going back, like 15, 20 years, and he was just like airing out a lot of dirty laundry, saying like, yeah, so.
YouTube can be a nasty place.
Yeah. Oh well. Anywho.
Yeah, Noel's picture's got these eyes that just won't stay in one spot.
Being mesmerized. Ooh.
I was going through a photo editor and it had that effect, so it's just the eyes, and I just minimized it, so it's like 3-layered pictures. There's one that's pulsating, and then there's the eyes. I like the eyes because it reminds me of the Goosebumps dog. Doot, 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 doot. So, yeah, she scared me as a kid. So I'm like, I like that a lot. I'm gonna keep it like that.
Yeah, that every kid remembers that because we all have a shared experience of like the first time you like shine a light into a dog's eyes and you see them glow and you're like, oh, is my dog evil? It's like, no, they're nocturnal.
Right.
They have these special cells in their eyes, but like you first see that and you're like, oh my gosh, is there something wrong with my dog? It's an evil dog.
Yeah, I really like the effect. I think it's a nice added visual bonus to the standstill images. Keeps it less boring, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty egregious ones out there that are just like these loops where it's just like, man, what are you doing? It's the same animation over and over again. It's gonna kill everybody. But I don't know. I shouldn't say I'm above it because my backgrounds are like 10-second loops, 10, 15 seconds. So
I always try to make sure it loops perfectly, right? I love infinite loops like that.
Yeah.
Where it just loops back perfectly. Then it's flawless. I try to go for that.
You guys putting up any YouTube shorts? I know that's sort of like in vogue.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they changed the
algorithm. How to
algorithm.
do all that.
They changed the algorithm recently, so like everyone's views are going up. So yeah, no, I put out shorts. If I make a stream shorter than 2 hours, I can use AI to just generate short clips for me. And they're not too bad, Some of them are sometimes I kind of scratch my head. I'm like, what was the AI thinking taking that clip? But some of them are pretty good, and it makes it really easy for me because I don't like editing.
Yeah.
I just don't. I never enjoyed it. Like, I do know how to do it in a sense because when I was young, I learned how to do it in like Adobe Premiere, and I think I also learned. I think I learned on Acid as well, Sony Acid, which was a less known one. But I think that was all before like Final Cut and all that came out. Now I just use not iMovie. What do I use? I use the same one that almost everyone uses. CapCut.
I use DaVinci, which used to be like a $50,000 software, but now you just put in some info and you can get it. It's pretty good.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't need anything too fancy. I mean, is there good effects in DaVinci?
Well, it's mainly for like, it's not for the effects, it's just like the way you can play with like video. Like, it's hard to explain, but It's a lot of, it's like really freeing. Like I can really just, I can even play stuff backwards. You can do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I don't really do too much. I just put out like a couple videos with some AI stuff. Nothing too fancy.
Yeah, AI is just taking over social media content because it's
As
too
it
easy.
should be.
And it's gonna make the internet so terrible. It's gonna be
Yeah, I guess so. If everyone's using the
blah.
same tool, at least there'll be uniformity.
Yeah, I mean, so
Somewhat.
it's not too bad when AI is used to make clips because that's still like original content. All it's really doing is adding text and like highlighting it as you say it. So it's like, okay, it's just like a little transcript and it found the place for you. But like the AI like videos that are out there now of like it's just visualizations from AI. It's a script written by AI and it's read by an AI text to voice. And it's like you did this all with AI and like yeah, I mean it's and man, look at me. I'm watching it. Like I'm the dummy that's watching it right now, you know, and I'm like, man, how much of the internet's going to be filled with this stuff? Like where you click a YouTube video and you might just end up getting Chat GPT read to you.
Get that yummy AI slop from the
Yeah.
trough.
It's like,
You don't
man,
understand. It's gonna help people with their stuttering problem.
and it won't. I think people are going to get worse at speaking.
No, I honestly think it's good for someone who like really can't hold to a script and is one of those. If you mess up, you have to start of the way from the beginning because you stumble the words. Like if you're trying to make a nice script for your video and you're sitting there struggling, having to press the edit delete button, you might as well just use AI and stop consuming your time because you're just gonna be there all day, and it takes 5 seconds for what the normal person can just sit there and do. You might as well just compete with that. Let the normies have their normal video and use your AI tech. I know, like Mr. Lizard used to do that crap in the same breath because he couldn't speak. Cause he's whatever the heck he had.
You and
Yes.
Mr. Lizard. Yeah, I hear about this relationship between you and Mr. Lizard, and I never really figured it out. Who is Mr. Lizard?
He's long gone. He hasn't been around here for like 2 to 3 years. So I don't know what happened to him. No one does. He's either just he disappeared one day. He never came back. He was expected to talk to me actually. Like he was supposed to keep up with me like last year, and then I messaged him and then he never responded back. He said he lost his voice, whatever that meant, and then he hasn't. He had said he wasn't gonna be able to do voice anymore. And I was like, okay, and then I really haven't heard from him since then. I've been sending him messages off and on, and it's like a dead account now, no response. And I looked at all his other like running about holes, and he's not even over there. So either A, he's gone completely AWOL off the internet, or he's using another ID and doing some other stuff. I have no idea, and I'm just making assumptions at this point.
Hmm.
But yeah, he's
Mr.
a
Lizard.
good fellow. Good, he was like a real good fellowship partner of mine. He was Apocatasis, which is kind of like universalism. Actually, it is universalism.
Yeah.
It really is universalism, but so I used to argue with him all the time. I'm surprised he never really joined Team Ace. He's like, nah, Ace Theo has it wrong too. He's more of the everyone has to get fixed in hell, but I'm like, nah, dude, you don't understand. You mess up, you're done. Why would there be a warning of every heedless word? Like if you say something wrong, you're like, right? Those little words, like, why would they even write that down? Mark your words, like, be careful what you say, man. Like, that has to mean something, man. We can't just be talking willy-nilly. There's power in our speeches. And every word God knows because he is the word. What word does he not know that he did not create to come out of our dang mouths? And that kind of spooks the crap out of me. But I know sometimes I take the advantage of the good Lord.
Well,
And I try to
that's why we repent.
Yeah, right. That's why but getting stronger and better each and every day. And it's wonderful too.
Yeah.
I will say really quickly that I think I lean universalism either one way or the other. Either pretty much no one's there or everyone's there. But I also lean like towards Arianism as well, so I'm pretty heretical, my current understanding. But it's a long journey, you know, so
You think Jesus is just a creature?
I don't think it is explicit. Like you'll have stuff like, well, he's the firstborn of creation, or he's like the incarnate word or wisdom, where you have like the Psalms. It says, "Oh, I was the first creature," but I wouldn't just from that say that he would be a creature. I don't think it really says
All right.
definitively.
So if you don't think, if let's say if you don't think Christ is God in flesh, do you think he's like the Muslim prophet as well as Islam? Do you think that would make you more Islamic than Christian? Because Islamics believe in the coming back of Christ. So if they believe also in the coming back, and this is new information to me. I just found this out like 2 weeks ago. It's been blowing my mind. And so like do you think that fits you along that side as well? Sorry.
No, like I don't, because I don't hold any of like Christianity was the only religion that really interested me at all. So like Islam is just like I had nothing to interesting for whatever reason. But I would have a very, very, very high Christology, like Arian, like Arius, like obviously from stuff like Hebrews. I think you have to at least put him because he says like I mean obviously, and then where Paul says all of creation was made through him, like instrumentally, and then also in Hebrews where it says you, O God, stretch out the heavens, and I was like, yeah, he's like
Yeah.
whatever he is, he's just the greatest thing since sliced bread.
I was having this conversation with Wildheart earlier today, and he was talking about and it kind of, I don't know if it was like mockery. I don't want to say mockery, but kind of like in a joking muck, like God's so great that he actually had to do uh, 14 billion years of star making before us humans, the main thing that he came to save, even enter the field, right? And I'm like, do you know how much backstory goes into like the creation of the stars, that they're there for signs for not only us but for pagans as well? Like, do you know how much like the cosmological story the stars actually tell where we get our information? Like, do you know how much detail goes into each eon and each movement that it has to make in order for them to be aligned at certain positions? Like, for example, the Magi following the star that would lead him in the first place. Like, it's like if you think about it, if it took that long, a day to God is like 1,000 years. So how do we even know it's comprehensible in our time span? Only because of Christ, right? That we can relate that to, and it's like, yeah, I can imagine all those backstories and directional things that were supposed to happen just so it can happen might take a while. Like, I call it environmental building for the story, right? He's building up the foreground, the background, the environment, and then now we're just on the what's it called, threshing floor, the stage.
Well, you can take a really quickly. You can take an old universe view just from like the account in Genesis. So like, if you understand the Hebrew, you can even read it as something like this: when God began to create. First of all, and then second, in Genesis 1:2, it says, "And the earthland became a chaos and discomposure." So a lot of people actually take it that there was something before this, right? Like there was something, and then we do this, and then now we get into the creation account. That's one. Second, is there seemingly stuff like, let's say, temporally before this, like implicitly stuff like the fall of Satan and that stuff. It seems as though like those, or though, like Paul will call them origin beings, anarchies. So presumably they existed before our story, so to speak. So it's not too difficult to have an old Earth creation. Like you don't have to stick to 6,000 years or whatever. I don't think.
Oh, of course, yeah. I agree. I tend to fight young Earth creationists tooth and nail just because I feel like it's more truthful than it is saying to 6,000 years. But that's
Yeah,
probably a battle I should engage with, to be honest.
I didn't mean to
Yeah,
interrupt you, Daniel. You had a thought, I think.
yeah. When you create, like when I got my froggies, I don't know if you know about this and all, but I am now a frog person. I'm into frog things.
Of course.
Yeah, I have 2 pet frogs named John and James. They're the sons of thunder. But I had to set up.
That's cute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Zealots.
Yeah, they're great. But I had to set up the aquarium before I could give them a home. And so I put water in there, I put the filter in there, I tested the water, I set up the environment where I put like the little pineapple that they have in their aquarium. And that's like, same thing with God. He made creation for man. So of course we were the last to be made. We're the last thing to add.
Yeah, it would be kind of weird. Like
Yeah.
if we weren't the end story, it's like he has something in the future, like this new being that's really the. Yeah, it'd be kind of weird. Then we're just like,
My
okay.
Yeah. My
Could you
wife
imagine what
asked
the
me for help, so I'm gonna take off. I wanted to throw this idea out there just for food for thought.
sure?
I'm because I've been kind of parsing in my head. I think there might be a connection between the spirit hovering over the face of the deep, like the waters involved, and then baptism as well. I don't know if that's been a concept that's been explained before, but I know there's a concept between uh, the water specifically having to be run underground in like Jewish ri- religion. I forget how to water correctly, but you need to have underground moving water. Then it goes into the living water
Living
aspect.
water. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're baptized, supposed to be baptized in the same type of living water. And I'm
Right.
wondering if there's that connection to the face of the deep, like, and then God says, "I have called you out of from the beginning." And know your name. But anyway, I'll leave you guys with that. I got to go help out my wife. Thank you. I might be back if you're still on.
See,
Thanks for the thoughts. Yeah, there's a lot of baptism language in the Bible. Certainly, a lot of contention surrounding what it is, what is all this about. So the first two that pop into my mind is Paul and Peter's epistles. Paul will say, well, Paul says a lot. First in Romans, like you were baptized into his death, and then in Hebrews he talks about it in the 6:4 warning passage, and then what's the other, like he'll say something like you were baptized into Moses. I think is a very important thing to consider. Like, what does he mean by baptism into Moses when they were hit with water from parting the seas and then brought into this salvation through that act, and then also where
parting
Peter
of the
talks,
seas, yeah.
and then also where Peter, I think, talks about the antitype of baptism being the ark from the Noah, where the water was destructive, but in baptism the antitype is it's not destructive. It sort of, well, depending on how you interpret it, you could even say like eternal life, but
Yeah, we like the Noah's Ark as a really good symbol of the church, and it is like a baptism type as well, because the whole world had to be baptized and had to be cleansed with water. And the church is like the one that separated them from the waters, sanctified them so that they didn't die in the cleansing. So it's like a Passover in a way.
yeah, I read this a lot, and this is where I still sort of I'm a little bit contentious, and this is one of the passages that I'm not looking for an argument, but it sort of makes me lean towards Protestant understandings of I forget the things not being efficacious necessarily, the sacraments, sorry. 1 Peter 3:18-21, since Christ once deadened a way for us concerning the faillances. I'm using my DeBar Concordant literal translation, sorry, it's like hard on the ears, but the righteous one for the unrighteous, so that he might lead to God as one having been deadened in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit. In which also, as one having gone, he heralded to the spirits in jail. And I really do, just really briefly, I appreciate the Eastern Orthodox understanding of that particular verse, the harrowing of Hades, I think is a bit important. But verse 20, who, when once having become incompliant, when everyone was receptively oriented in the farness from the grimming of God in the days of Noah, when the ark was prepared with implement, into which few came in, these are 8 souls who were saved throughout the water. He now saves you also according to the antitype, according to the baptism, which is not the setting away of the filth from the flesh, but the asking of a good conscience toward God through the resurrection of Jesus Christ. This passage, I think, is pretty beautiful and definitely a lot to chew on.
So what does that have to do with the sacraments?
Is baptism not a sacrament?
Yeah, it is. So I still don't follow.
So it's describing the sacrament of baptism, I believe.
Yeah, but you're saying that you said that you agree more with the Protestants than the Orthodox when it comes to the sacraments, and I just don't understand the connection yet.
Oh, specifically verse 21. Just to reiterate, he now saves you also according to the antitype, according to the baptism, which is not the setting away of the filth of the flesh. So we both agree that it's not this bath cleansing ritual. But what is it? He's saying it's the asking of a good conscience toward God through the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And I don't see why water would give me the ability to ask a good conscience toward God, where without it I would be unable to. It doesn't make sense to me at this time.
Oh, so most Protestants still baptize with water anyway. So I don't know why you're making that delineation, but I would say it's a pattern. It's a pattern of tradition. So that's why we do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just trying to let you know where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Yeah. So just really quick, briefly, I would say that there's this concept of baptism by spirit, and there's also this concept of baptism by fire, which I take as purgation. And I don't think the baptism of spirit requires any material. So obviously you would agree that in extraordinary cases it's not required, but currently the way I'm taking these passages, it seems to be emphasizing that this water doesn't really matter all that much. Like, it's not this bath. Like, the important thing here is this asking of a good conscience toward God, which has nothing to do with me being underwater. That's just some mental cognitive state that I enter.
We don't want to do away with tradition, and we certainly don't want to out of a sense of feeling that the material world is um like insufficient to carry meaning, because like God uses the material world in our participation of his energies because he made the world. So like the water is still important to do if you can. I
Yeah.
don't think, when it comes down to like what is your absolute bare minimum for salvation, the correct answer is I don't know. That's up to God who he chooses to save out of his great mercy. But as an Orthodox, our chief concern is we should be doing as much as we can for God because he did so much for us.
No,
And
I
we
would.
want to show this love. And the material world, which includes the water, is part of our pattern of worship.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm Gnostic or anything, and I'm not saying that water baptism is a bad thing. I'm not saying the sacraments are a bad thing, but I just don't take them salvifically, which is, I think, the position of both churches, is this
So
conferring efficacious grace.
So this is when we kind of get into some of the semantics of what is salvic and what does that mean for us. You know, I would say it's salvic to have an edifying conversation. It's salvic to pray. It's salvic to go to church. Um, does that mean that I won't be saved unless I do these things? No. But these things do help in my progress towards salvation. But it kind of gets into a whole different paradigm of thinking because in the West, they think of themselves as either being saved or not saved. It's a 0 or
Right.
1. It happens once and it's always that forever. And there is no progress. There is no dynamism. There's no change, which is, I think, very. It's not in congruity with reality. I mean, that's just not how the world works. It doesn't work that way for us for anything else in life. It doesn't work that way with a relationship with the people you know. And God knows us very well. So he created something for us to help us get there, to heal us.
Right. Well, what you said in essence, I think we agree. We're just disagreeing, not like we're just disagreeing like ideologically, where you're saying that you agree, but what the way of looking at it that you're framing it as, you're thinking that I'm looking at it as in such a way that people, you would say something like they become like lazy in the faith. They just give it like this, oh, well, I'm saved, so.
Yeah, I don't need to change anything about myself. It's just a purely intellectual state of being where it's just like, well, I believe in Jesus. I believe in his death, burial, and resurrection. Therefore, I'm a Christian. But to be a Christian is to participate in the way. He is the way. He's the truth, and he's the life. So we had to actually like follow his commandments too. And in the pattern of worship he gave us the baptism by water, so we continue it because we trust that that is good for our health. And when we talk about our health and our spiritual health, we're talking about our salvation. So like we don't have these clear lines like in the West where it's just like, well, this is for salvation, but this one it's optional. It's like we don't even think in those terms. We're
Yeah.
not thinking of like what's optional and what's the bare minimum for salvation. We're thinking, all right, what does the church teach us to do out of obedience? I love God. I want to show that more. How do I do that? Okay, I got to be kind to my neighbors. And then the West says, oh, that's a work. These guys
Well,
are trying to earn their way into heaven. It's like, no, that's not what we're doing. We love God and we're trying to obey.
yeah, I think people who aren't, I would say, crazy would agree with pretty much everything you've said. And then, like, okay, so this is like you're right. Like these distinctions sort of grew out of a problem that you never really had to deal with, but because of the state that the West was in, people had to have these conversations. Not like, so it's not like we were just sitting around and then it was like, man, I don't really want to do anything. What's the least I can do to make it in? Let's just hit the books really hard and just see like what's the least I need to do, because I really don't want to do any of this kind of stuff. So just give me the bare minimum. But that's not really what happened. What happened was the church was obviously going through like indulgences and, oh, you, you gotta give us your house if you want to make it. You gotta, so when we started questioning, like, that doesn't seem right, then it leads into that. But it's not like they're just trying to do the bare minimum sort of thing. They just need to know to avoid what was going on at that time. So I don't think anyone thinks in those sorts of terms. Like they would all agree, like, yeah, you should obey, you should get baptized, you should observe, do all these things. But
But you see it in the Reformation, the disintegration of the Christian traditions as the future continues. Because at the very beginning, Martin Luther's services were a lot like the Catholics. I mean, that's what he was trained in. He loved the Mother Mary. He kept all these Catholic theological positions. He just didn't agree with the indulgences. But as time went on, it fell apart.
well, that's just a problem with like the ecclesiology, not necessarily the soteriology. I mean, that's more to do with sort of everyone sort of this individualistic nature of the West. And that didn't even necessarily rise out of the Reformation. That was more of a product, I think, of like the cultural American Revolution, this sort of manifest destiny, this like liberal school of thought like John Locke and all those Western philosophers. You had obviously the Declaration of Independence and all of these like individualistic.
The Age of Enlightenment. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Everything became about me. It became about I think, therefore I am, and I'm an individual. The government doesn't own me. The government works for me. It's made by the people for the people. It was a completely different paradigm shift, where we started owning ourselves, and you know, some of this can be seen as good progress, and some of it can be seen as very spiritually damaging to us because it did lead to all this fragmentation in the church of like different people saying, well, I read it this way. And, it's a numbers game now. Now it's about democracy. It's not about the truth. And, I don't disagree with you that the Catholic Church, it's their fault that the schism happened with the Protestants. I think, even they've kind of apologized for some of these things. Uh, but, that was something that the Orthodox could have foreseen, that this was going to be an issue. If you have a mega church that is like the only church and they have no accountability at all with the other church councils,
They'll
and
run
this is what you
rampant.
get. They'll run rampant with power. Yeah. Eventually, you're going to get a bad pope, which happens. Even the Catholics will admit to it. They're like, yeah, we have bad popes sometimes. It's like, oh, oh, what is the infallibility then? Like, it's going. Your church is going to depend, if it's good, on your leadership. And it was always the pattern of the ecclesiology, of the scripture, that we had a council. These churches were independent of each other, and they could come and talk, and these were called ecumenical councils. That's where we get them. And we only came up with statements because we're fighting heresies, and we said, well, we're not those guys. Like, we don't believe that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, all of it. Well, not all of it. I think a lot, like you would agree, like a lot of the weight of because it's called the Reformation. They weren't even trying to leave the church. They were trying to change it from within, and then everyone gets excommunicated and then persecuted. So, what option is there? They have to, pick up the pieces. And obviously, like they're in a terrible state. Everyone's fractured. Everyone's scrambling. But I mean, they're just doing the best with what they can. Like, I don't really look down on them for that. And then a lot of there have been pretty, I think, significant developments because first of all, like I think there's been some pretty good reformational theologians. Not that I agree with everything they've said, but certainly pious individuals who've devoted themselves to the scriptures and very intelligent and came to certain understandings that seem plausible to me, to say the least. And then also even contemporarily, without being bound by a church, it's a lot of freeing because you can say whatever you want, and so there's like this survival of the fittest of doctrines, and I think that can help to bring out the truth of something. Like, you bring what you think, I bring what I think, we hash it out, we can even argue, and it can be contentious at times, but through this Darwinian sort of ecclesiology, I think can bring towards the truth. But I agree with you, like this state of, you know, a million pieces, like a broken window ecclesia isn't a good thing either. So I don't have all the answers. I'm not saying like, oh, obviously, everyone be howdy, but I don't like taking like a really simplified understanding of these things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think the problem with the conversations with the Protestants is coming back under the authority of the true church. I don't know. I think people really like the fact that it's sort of a competition of logical ideas. I mean, they really like that idea of like, well, let's just see who wins. I mean, but that's not the truth. The truth was revealed to us through Christ, and it's not up to debate, you know.
Well, that's the thing. Like, whenever there's a council, like the like we had talked about this earlier, the um, Orientals think that they're the one true church, and that all of you guys, like this is the problem that all you guys cause because they've been stable, they've been the same for. So whenever there's like a schism, like even between the East and the West, like that, it doesn't like. I don't know. I don't like getting into like the one true church type debates, but I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm not just like totally, caution to the wind.
Yeah, I mean, so we're working on restoring our relationship with the Coptics. That's something that's been kind of worked on for a long time, but now seems to be the best time. Uh, but yeah, as for the West, it's a harder cookie to crack because the West really likes the idea that everyone can come up with
Papacy.
a new idea. Well, not necessarily the papacy. I mean, the papacy is one issue, and that's one that the Protestants and the Orthodox can see eye to eye on and say, well, no one should have that kind of power. Um, but there's also just in the West this general sense of I like being able to come up with a clever idea. I like having license. I like to have franchise. I want to write a book that says, this is what I think about this theological point. And that's pride. That's us trying to get glory for ourselves instead of humbly submitting to the authority of the church and saying, well, if God gives you the gift, you can explain this in modern language, what they said in the past, but you can't come up with new ideas because there aren't new ideas to come up with. It was all revealed to the apostles, and that's what we have our faith in.
But yeah, but that's what they're arguing. Like they're arguing that what they're saying is what was there and that you guys are in error. Obviously, they're not assuming that you're right and they're coming up with new ideas. They're saying that those were the ideas. But so let's
mean,
just say
They're mostly opposed to the Catholics, though. We were off of their radar, and that's why you see like these very strange discussions with Eastern Orthodox in the Western world. There's converts like myself that I think can help bridge the gap a little, but it's almost like seeing the world completely differently because they are not used to our positions. A lot of times you'll see on the internet people thinking that we have Catholic ideas.
yeah. Well, the thing is, I think Eastern Orthodox is overrepresented, like on the internet. Like if you go through the census, you guys are like a percent of a percent in the America. Like it's almost all Catholic and Protestant, and a lot of like Hispanic Catholics, like they're way Catholic, and then most of the old stock
How many Eastern
Americans are
Orthodox Christians are in America? Let's find out.
sure.
1 to 2 million.
Yeah, it's like 0.2%.
There may be as many as 7 million people. So, percentage, just say percentage. About 0.5%.
And I think those are a bit generous, but I'll just grant that I'll just say 1% even. But so it's not like they're just really interacting with it, obviously, day to day. Like I just walk around the world or I walk around outside, I'm not going to run into an Eastern Orthodox, certainly not a church. It's almost all like Protestants, pop up shops. But aside from that, I think the idea of the one true church, like it would be more weighty. Like let's just say, just for the sake of argument, in the next 5 or 10 years, you guys and the Orientals and the Coptics can like bridge the gap between Mia and Diophysitism, or they just say, oh, yeah, we just sort of misunderstood what was said, and we'll just either submit or we'll just hash it out and fix that and heal that schism. I think the more unity and there is in the let's say the visible ecclesia, then the more pressure it would put on Protestants to say, yeah, I'm sort of on my own in this island over here. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. But if it's the case that the quote unquote one true church is just their own little tiny island, I'm not under any pressure really to go and join them just because they claim to be the one true church, because like everyone claims that. So I understand like you have the historicity but I've like some other apostolic churches would claim that as well. But apart from that, I think what the apostolic churches should focus on is really, like you said, trying to mend what's there. Because if, for example, the East and West somehow miraculously came together, I don't think Protestants would have a leg to stand on. It would just be like, well, there's just this church. So, and then when the Protestants are on the island, then they're gonna be pressured to join, if that makes sense. Where right now it's like everyone, like you're on your island, so I don't see any reason to come jump off mine to join yours. Like there's more Protestants than, but you see what I mean? I'm sort of rambling.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that there's more Protestants in America than Orthodox. But it doesn't make it true. It just in America, people have the sensibility to kind of come up with their own doctrine, and they shop around for churches that fit what they want God to be. And you know, I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, but the differences between a lot of Protestant denominations are very minor compared to their differences between RC and EO. Like they're all almost all like there's some like
Depends what you mean.
there's
It's
some
like
synodals, like there's Presbyterians and like Lutherans obviously, but I'm talking about like generally they're all going to agree that the sacraments don't confer efficacious grace. They don't believe in the one true like visible church. They believe like they agree on quite a lot. It's not as like they're all like it's fractured, but it's fractured like on like details. Like they have a lot more agreement than I think maybe you're painting them out to have.
I don't think so. I don't think so, because like there's different Protestants. They'll say like it's consubstantial. Even the Methodists that call the sacraments ordinances say there's grace imputed. So like I don't think it's as monolithic as you're making it out.
That's because we're on the internet, and so you get like Unitarian. That's when everything crops up on the internet. But if you, I just challenge you to go walk around, go investigate, like wherever you're at. You'll say, oh, you're Trinitarian, okay. Do you believe that the
Yeah,
sacraments are?
which is an Orthodox tradition is the Trinity. You know, so like that's when you kind of get outside of like really outside of the church, like the Mormons.
Right. But anyways, we're starting.
And like for you, you know, you say you like the works of Arius. I mean, any
Yeah.
Protestant would disagree with you on that.
Yeah, but I'm not even Christian. I'm agnostic. I'm just
Okay.
saying my current reading of it. So if it comes to be the case that I, believe, and it depends on whether or not, like, I would agree with you that there's this visible body. Like, I wouldn't mind submitting, like, to an authority. I can always say that, okay, I'm going to be, like, humble intellectually and say I don't have exhaustive knowledge on all of these things. Like, that's not a problem for me personally. But I'm just saying, like, how I'm reading it at this time, sort of thing. But I don't know. I don't really want to. I feel like it's sort of getting into like argumentative. I don't know if like the Protestant thing is a touchy thing because, like, on the internet, it's a lot of divisiveness. It's a lot of I don't know, aggression in these like these denominational issues.
Well, the Protestants are pretty spooked by the Orthodox because we're growing so fast. I mean, we might be only at 0.5% right now, but it's going to grow. And they see the writing on the wall that non-denominationals had their time, and that time is ending. The real question that comes up is how long will the Orthodox revival last? And is it a lasting thing? Are we going to get converts that then fall away again? And that's the big fear. You know, it's like that's why we never really try to like hype up too much and like a fad. And it's just like everybody come and see this newest thing because it's the oldest thing. It's gonna seem exotic to Westerners because they're not used to kissing icons, but it's actually the most ancient and traditional, and it's a very slow burn. Um, so it's important that like people go in with the proper expectations for themselves that they are going to fail, that some of these things are going to be hard uh, to overcome. It is the I feel like it's probably the most difficult of the Christian paths. I think it's the most challenging one because it's the most honest about suffering. It's like the one that isn't going to shy away from that. You know, this is like the complete opposite of prosperity preaching. It's like don't expect that God's gonna want you to have $1 million. Like if you should be blessed if you are poor, you should feel blessed because that's a blessing.
Well, in terms of like, let's say people joining and leaving, first of all, you already agreed that like popularity doesn't really amount for much in way of truth, but
Right.
I was just looking, it seems as though Eastern Orthodox is having mixed trends. Membership declined from 800,000 to 675 and from 2010 to 2020. Although, like you said, recently there's been increases, but Roman Catholicism is decreasing. But I don't know. It's like I don't like any of these like providentially. I don't put too much stock into any of this anyway. But it's not like there's this giant orthodoxy surge in the U.S. But
There is. You just don't see it.
I'm blind. Well, anyways, I don't even like these conversations because I don't even have a dog in the fight, but I feel like I'm obligated to give Protestants some defense if I lean their way, but I don't really like arguing about it.
Fair enough.
We don't need to come to blows. Well, we can come to blows a little bit, but I've had enough. I've been punched. You gave me one too many on the nose, so. Whew.
So, out of darkness.
Out of darkness. So much.
Where's the darkest place you've ever been?
Well, when there was brownouts, it's pretty dark. I've never been in a cave.
You never been in a cave?
No, I don't think so. I guess you know what's interesting though, what just came to my mind was when I was in a church when I was very young. One of the things that they did was the faculty, it was just the kids group. It was just a bunch of, let's say 6 through 12 or something along those lines. We were all sitting and the faculty shut off the light in the room, so it was like pitch black, and they walked around with like a candle lit, and they said something about how if we were living in darkness, we think that we can hide, or like any bad that we do, we can get away with it. But there's I don't know what they said. They said something like there's this light that'll I forget how they said it, but they were just walking around with like a candle, and everyone experienced like just this light on them, and it was kind of like interesting.
Yeah. My favorite times in the church when I was young in the Methodist church was Silent Night, where you had candles. There's just something special about a dark church with candlelight. And I love that about the Orthodox Church, of course. It's a bunch of candle stuff. People light candles out of piety to pray. So they'll light a candle and pray for somebody in front of an icon, and that candle will keep burning during the service. But there's also lots of services where we have candles that we hold.
Yeah. You guys have a nice what do you call it? It's not services, but liturgy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So darkness. I think I've said all that I knew about it.
Well, darkness also symbolizes ignorance, what we don't know. It can also symbolize our sinfulness.
Yeah. There's also like a secretness in it. Like it's there's like thief in the night imagery. There's like Psalms where he set darkness as his secretness. There's like, but I mean, in the Old Testament, it's good and bad. But yeah, it's like their way will become darkness. For gratuitously they buried for me the pit of corruption of their net. Gratuitously they excavated for my soul. Seems pretty bad. But it's not too bad. It's like you set darkness and it becomes night. It's not like night's bad. Where in all the enlivened of the forest roams. Like that's not a bad thing. So
yeah,
has a lot of different meaning.
Yeah, lots of cassocks are all black. The men in black. So Michael, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, Daniel. It's been a while.
It has been.
Yes, sir. I want to start off by saying that I love you and everyone watching, and I wish you well in Christ. I'm glad he's kept you today.
Likewise. Also, did you know Christ is risen?
Yeah, no, he has risen. He'll be back at some point soon that the condition of the world is in. I don't know when, but, you know.
You know who talks about darkness the most?
Who?
In the Bible, Job. About a third of the OT references to dark, like more than the New Testament. He says darkness more than, he has like 20 hits, 30 hits. That's interesting. And obviously Job is not a pleasant walk through the park.
No, it's not. So, Michael, what do you think of when you think of darkness?
I'm sorry, I was texting my wife.
Hopefully not her.
No. Darkness is, sin itself. I mean, it's pretty dark. And the world is dark, obviously, because Jesus was the light, that was put into the world. So pretty much everything is darkness almost, everything physical. It may not appear that way, but like habits we might have, or, certain ways of thinking that we might, hold, or whatever it is, just living life and being in the flesh, because your flesh will make you, will tempt you. It says that the flesh and the spirit war against each other continually. So let's say darkness is, like I said, sin itself, being in disobedience against Christ,
Yeah, it has a pretty negative connotation in the New Testament, in the Gospels. Like outer darkness, and he was light, brought in the darkness, but the darkness didn't like him because they were dark or something, like at the beginning of John.
The darkness comprehended it not.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a fallen world that has lost the light, that is disconnected from God because of that disobedience, which we're ashamed of. So we try to hide from God, and he is the light.
Yeah, John 3:19, but this is the judgment, that the light has come into the cosmos, and the human loved the darkness much more than the light, for their works were evil.
Yeah, you don't want people seeing them. You don't want people who are sinful do not like the idea that God sees everything.
They want to hide.
Yeah. And so as you build your relationship with God and you start to see your own inner darkness and how subtle it is, and you start, understanding the more mystical nature that there is just one human nature and we're responsible for all sin, we see the difference between us and God. But this difference itself is like already a connection. Just even struggling with the faith in God is a communication with God. So I guess what I mean to say is that prayer is always the appropriate solution, because that is the way that you live in the spirit and that God is with you. And even if you are doubting, to keep praying, say, Christ, I believe, help my unbelief.
Oh, yeah. You know what's interesting? This is more of like a empirical observation, not from the scriptures, but there's this guy at the park that I go to play basketball. And I can go in the morning, I could go in the evening, I could go midday. I would say 80 to 90% of the time I go, no matter what the day is or the time, there's this guy, I think he's Hispanic, but the park has this path around the entire park, like the outer walk around that you can do. And he is always walking around it. And while he's walking around it, he has his hands outstretched and he's looking up to the sky. And anytime I go to the park I go to the play basketball, but anytime I glance over, that's just what he's doing. And it's interesting. One of these days I'm gonna have to go up and ask him what he's doing, but that sort of devotion, I don't even know if he's Christian or what his faith is, or even if I have no idea what he's doing, but I'll just assume that he's in prayer or something. But that dedication, I think, it struck me. I just thought, wow, this sort of devotion, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah.
You know what gets me? When I read the Bible and I see how Peter told Jesus, he said, I'll follow you to death. Jesus said, I say to you that you won't. You're going to deny me 3 times. And it happened just like Jesus said. But the whole point is that it says in the Bible that God is the author and finisher of your faith, right? He starts it and he finishes it. So people that say that I found Jesus here and there, wherever I found Jesus, Jesus himself said, think not that you chose me, but rather I chose you. And that everyone that is given unto me, the Father has given unto me, and I will in no wise lose, and I will raise up the last day. So I see a lot of people boasting and bragging, about their faith or about this or that. But oftentimes when you boast or brag, God has to send something in your life to qualify what you're saying, because it says that God tries all things.
Yeah, election is a little touchy. I think maybe even Daniel wouldn't say people are predestined, maybe, but
I think that Christ calls all to be saved, and it's up to us if we choose to respond to this act of love or not. So there's a synergy with God, because he does love us, and so because he loves us, he gives us a choice. He doesn't make us love him. Yeah.
No, but obviously, he gives you the choice, but he made you and he already knows the choice you're going to make.
That's true.
If that makes any sense.
No, it does to me. I know it bothers some people, but to me, I have no problem holding both ideas simultaneously.
I think that one of the biggest problems we have is like it says in the Bible, men will no longer adore sound doctrine. So if you actually speak what the Bible actually says instead of what people have heard or they think or whatever, then you get a lot of backlash, you get ridiculed and stuff. Like, for instance, a lot of Christians think it's okay to get remarried, pastors just marry people after they've been divorced and their spouse is still living and all these things. But, the Bible doesn't say that. It says the exact opposite, that the person that marries them is responsible and causes them to commit adultery. So there's a lot of hard-hitting truths in the Bible. But the pride of the flesh and the arrogance and the ego, all these things, wherever God's spirit comes, it hits that darkness, and then that brings conviction to your life. So I'm grateful for that.
Well, in regards to the marriage thing, one thing that Jesus himself said is, unless there's sexual immorality. So he already made an exception for a divorce. There actually was a heresy that was fought in the church because of a certain sect of Christians that would not remarry people. I think, it's certainly it shouldn't be done like it is in America. People treat marriage like it's a super boyfriend girlfriend. It's like they have no respect for it anymore. People get divorced over the dumbest reasons. But if there's a real good reason for it, and that's kind of up to the church, it's in the economy of grace that they can be divorced. And they can even remarry. But it's a very serious thing.
Well,
I know
yeah,
the
absolutely.
the Catholics won't do it. You know, they what they'll do is an annulment. They'll say it never happened to begin with. It's like you never really were married.
Well, I don't understand that, but you're right. Under that one exception, divorce is permittable, but there is no other exception that Jesus gave for divorce being permittable. And to speak on what you were saying about the way it's done in America, not even really in America, across the world to a degree now at this point. Here in America, they actually have divorce parties where people, get together and they make cupcakes and all this stuff and they're like, oh, you're divorced, you're free now, you're single, and they party like a bachelor party or whatever it is. And so that's where we're at, that people are
Yeah.
partying over, iniquity.
Yeah, and there's pride parades too.
Yeah, that's really perverse because what they did is they attached what I would consider to be one of the cardinal sins, which is, pride, because it says that God resists the proud, right? So they attached that to the
With sexual
symbol,
immorality, yeah,
right?
and plus they use the symbol of Noah's Ark of like God's mercy towards us that He won't flood us again. It's almost
Right.
like I don't almost take it as a weird sarcasm. It's just like, haha, we know you're not going to flood us again, no matter how bad we get.
Yeah, no, it's definitely like a mockery and a slap in the face because what they're really doing, is that, and what anybody really does that rejects, what someone says if it's really from the Lord. Now, there's a lot of people that say things that's from the Lord, but that's not always the case. But anyway, whenever the Lord actually gives somebody something that's truthful, it's not going to be that person saying those things. That's God doing that. Because if it was just me talking to you, I'll lie to you all day long. If it wasn't for the blood of Christ, you'd be better off running away from me. Because Jesus himself said it when that little boy came up to him and he said, good sir. And he said, why callest me thou good? There's only one good. But anyway, we're just at that point to where the whole world is being conditioned and iniquity flourishes like grass, right? So that means that at some point, them angels are going to be tasked with, thrusting their sickles into the earth. I mean, it's going to happen. So I just pray that we're all ready for that. Only God can deem you worthy. But I hope that that we're girded up and we can be considered the very elect.
Well, that's why we rehearse. That's why we go to church on Sunday. We rehearse our meeting with the Lord.
Yeah, one thing about the divorce thing I liked from the popular Eastern Orthodox bishop, I think, was he said that he was talking about relationships and marriage, and he said, well, if someone says the D word, I was like, what the heck is the D word? And then he said that I figured out that he meant divorce. I thought that was nice. Like, it's like you don't even want to say this thing.
Yeah. I need to grab some more water. I'll be right back. AJ, say hello to people.
Yeah, hey guys.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, thanks for asking.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Like I was telling the brothers earlier when I joined, I love you, and I wish you well in Christ. And I am glad that he's kept you today.
Yeah, thank you. Same to you.
How's your day going? You got any thoughts?
Well, my day is great because I got another opportunity today to get right what I got wrong yesterday, because I fail every day. So little by little I get better, but my thoughts are kind of like all over the place, and every bit of it has to do with revelation. So I don't know, what, if y'all want to hear about that or whatever, but
Talking about like the book Revelation.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, that's usually Revelation and Daniel. Generally, I tend to avoid because, not that I'm scared of it, but I just understand that pretty much every verse, if not every word, is like super hotly contested and
Yeah. No, of
difficult.
course it is. Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm not
Yes.
afraid to jump into it if that's just on your mind.
Well, the only thing that's on my mind is that Jesus said to watch, because not when the master comes back, right? And so people look for the rapture or this or that, which I don't necessarily subscribe to the rapture idea. I know there's people that do, and I understand that if you do, but me personally, the Lord did not give me that. But it is what it is. But thinking about how many people die every day, trillions of people have already died, since the beginning of mankind, right? And so every single one of them has, to eventually, or they did stand, at the presence. There is no, second thought, no going back, no nothing. Their life's ended, and their judgment, whatever it may be, is set, right? And so in the Bible, it says that when servants don't watch for the master to come, that they turn on each other and they smite each other, and that's what's going on with all these different churches that fight each other, because they all say they believe in Jesus Christ, and I would say that very few do, because the reality of the Bible is that straight is the gate and narrow the way and broad is the path to destruction. So, but there's a lot of fighting because nobody's really looking for Jesus to come back. They're just looking at other people like, oh, look, this person just stole something, or look, this person was just convicted, or listen to what this preacher tells people, or, you wouldn't believe how they do it at this church or whatever. So the whole thing is that, it says in the Bible to work out your salvation with fear and trembling.
Yes, it
And
does.
yeah, so Satan is the accuser of the brethren. We found that out when it says that he sits in front of God, or he sat in front of God, accusing brethren. That's what he does. So I would say that we are at a point in time right now where the condition of the earth is going to reflect the condition of the hearts of men. I believe you're already seeing that. As you know, not even just this year, but Asheville, North Carolina. I don't know if you remember that or not. That was a big thing that happened. And this year, there's been a lot of destruction and damage from weather. And it's only going to intensify because the hearts of men are going to wax cold. And the Bible says it's because of man that the earth is cursed. So, I really hope and pray that we are ready to withstand things that are going to come upon the earth. And like Jesus said, it's not going to be like any time before it, after it, or ever since. So I just, I just pray for y'all brothers, and I pray for myself.
Yeah, the timing, it's difficult. I generally don't like to, like you're right though. Like it's like there's this, you get the feel of imminence. But you don't want to say the date or hour. Obviously, says no one knows, and then anyone who's ever predicted it has been wrong thus far. And well, unless you're like a preterist and you think that it did happen or whatever, but yeah, some people are even like, you can be all millennial and say, well, it's, half of these things sort of kind of happened already, or like we're in the millennium.
Well, there's ways of looking at scripture that were fulfilled but will also be fulfilled again. Like there's a rhyme to these prophecies.
Yeah, dual fulfillment or
Exactly.
well, in terms of like timing, like we are approaching like the second millennium. That means anything.
Yeah, it's about to be 2,000 years. And it does seem to be like very much the time for Christ to come back, but we don't know. I mean, it'd be nice to say that it's going to be in 2033, everybody, but we don't know.
That'd be easy.
I know that'd be maybe a little too easy, but maybe that's why it'll be. Who knows? I don't.
Yeah, no one knows the day or the hour, which is kind of like your everyday life, like that parable of that man. He stored up all his stuff in his barn, and then God said, "Thy fool, tonight I require thy soul from thee, and whose things will these be?" So that guy had no clue that God was about to call his ticket whatsoever. And he just lived his life and did whatever, and God called his ticket in a moment when he did not expect it. So, as it pertains to the coming of Christ, for the body, it'll be sometime in the future. But for an individual person, it might be like right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that parable. And then the other one, I think in Luke, where the man is talking to his own soul. And he says, "Soul, you've stored up all of these worldly treasures. You got your wine, your gold, but these all are you can't take them with you. Like these are just like fleeting." And then there's that one of the epistles where someone says, "Well, we're just like this vapor, like we're just a mist in the thing,
As wax vanishes before the flame. Yeah, all of our desires in this world for like the things of this world are just shadows, and they never fulfill us. The only thing that is actually infinite and that actually fulfills us is Christ and his love.
It's just like Ecclesiastes. I believe it is. I believe it's Ecclesiastes. I might be wrong, but he's talking about how everything is vanity.
Yeah, nothing new under the sun. Everything is vanity, and eat, drink, because tomorrow you die, and be happy with your lot.
Yeah, and that's such a powerful line. There's nothing new under the sun, because in evil, it's always the same repeating patterns. Like it's so easy to see. Like all the heresies are always the same. All the sins are always the same. It's only holiness that has any diversity in it.
Absolutely. That's why it says that people that actually believe, not people that confess with their mouth, but their hearts are far from him, but people that actually believe, that they're a strange and peculiar people.
Where does it say that?
Oh, I can't remember right off.
Sounds like Old Testament.
No, it's in the New Testament. If you got like a Bible tool thing, you could type it in, and I'm sure you could find it. But I can't remember right off.
Bible verse where true believers are different.
Strange and peculiar people. That's the verse you're looking for.
Bible verse, strange and peculiar people.
Right. Mm-hmm. It might be the Old Testament. I don't know. I can't remember right off. I got beat up pretty severely some years ago with a baseball bat, and it really messed up my arms and my head and everything. So I have a lot of trouble even sometimes talking. I pause a lot and all these things. So you have to forgive me for that. I'm something I'm dealing with.
You're good. You're good.
I'm
First Peter.
I was just really quick. I was going to say I'm sorry to hear that, and you sound like pretty well put together. Like you sound fine to me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Daniel.
Sorry, Daniel. Sorry.
Yeah. I just want to read this quote, this Bible verse, 1 Peter's 2:9-17 from the King James Version. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should shew forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light, which in times past were not a people, but are now the people of God, which had not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy. Dearly beloved, I beseech you, as strangers and pilgrims, abstain from fleshly lusts, which war against the soul, having your conversation honest among the Gentiles, that whereas they speak against you as evildoers, they may by your good works, which they shall behold, glorify God in the day of visitation. Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake, whether it be to the king as supreme, or unto governors, as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers, and for the praise of them that do well. For so is the will of God, that with well doing ye may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men, as free, and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness, but as the servants of God. Honor all men, love the brotherhood, fear God, honor the king.
Amen.
Went through the whole chapter. Yeah, that's actually an allusion to the. It's in the Old Testament too. He's quoting.
Deuteronomy?
He's quoting Hosea, where he's prophesying about the sons of Israel, and he says something like, "It was spoken to them, you are not my people, will become a people, sons of the living God," something like that.
Okay, because I saw in Deuteronomy 14:2, it says, "For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God, and the Lord hath chosen thee to be a peculiar people unto himself, above all the nations that are upon the earth."
Amen. And you got to think when it says to come out of the world and it talks about the world, and you see that Jesus was led up by the Spirit to be tempted of the tempter, and the tempter, in a last ditch effort, said, if you were to worship me, I will give you any of these kingdoms you see, for, I give them the power, dominion, and glory. And Jesus said, it's not by bread alone you should live, but out of every mouth of the word of God. But then later on in Revelation, it says, "Behold, the kingdoms of this earth have become the kingdoms of our Christ." So as of now, you got the devils, and the devil, they run the world. You can see it, and people that actually believe.
Just real quick, Michael, he responded to that with, "Do not tempt me." When he responded with the words of, "Man doesn't live by bread alone, but by the words of the Lord that proceeds from his mouth," that was in response to the devil saying, "Turn these stones into bread."
Right? Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right, because it actually says, "It is written that you should worship the Lord thy God, and Him only shall you worship."
Right,
So
right,
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Exactly. So he demanded worship to get the dominion of the kingdoms. And like you said, he's going to get the kingdom of the world anyway, but the way that he's going to do it involves crucifixion,
right.
where the
Yeah,
devil's giving him like an option to get out of that. Yeah.
right. But
What?
the whole thing is that when you look at the world, people that actually believe are peculiar. Their ways are different than the world's ways. The world teaches you to grow up, and it's like, don't trust anybody, don't show anybody mercy, you're too nice, don't give somebody your last dollar, whatever. But the Bible doesn't say that. It says the exact opposite.
Well, I think it gets back to like the focus of the stream where me and Daniel were talking about this earlier. Like, I didn't mention this, but in the Old Testament, Satan is the god of this world and the principalities of darkness, and you're taken from the dominion or the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of light, and then all that good stuff. Going back to the whole darkness thing.
Yeah, and going back to Ephesians 6:12, where that prince of darkness, where does he dwell? In the heavenly aerial realms. Isn't that interesting? Because you normally think about the sky as being filled with light, but at nighttime it's filled with darkness.
Well, and he's also called the Prince of the Air.
That's what I mean. Yeah, above us.
You're right. Well, now think about this. Why is it that NASA had to pay homage to Apollo to go into space? or Gemini. They name them after deities, and they put these little stickers and symbols on their rockets and stuff. So why would they have had to have done that? It's just crazy to me, because I know that
There's two answers for your question.
yeah.
There's
Well, let me hear them.
all right. So the more classical one you're going to hear from most people, and this isn't necessarily wrong, but it's that in the nomenclature of scientific jargon, we use Latin, so it becomes sort of like the obvious leap to name planets and missions to planets and all of our scientific endeavors, everything to do with science, based off of the Greek and Latin pantheon, because like they're already using Latin anyway as the language for nomenclature. But there's also the aspect that the Jetson what is it? The Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, which was founded by, who founded this? Who founded the JPL?
If I'm not mistaken, Nazi scientists
Jack
were
Parsons.
responsible. Oh,
yeah, Jack Parsons. He was an occultist. He was a magician, and he loved Aleister Crowley. I mean, he was like devoted to him. So yeah, there actually is an occult relationship with the science program. It's kind of always been there.
well, I
You are
think,
right though, Michael. Like Von Braun and they.
Oh,
yeah,
Project
Warner von
Paperclip.
Braun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
It was a
Yeah.
rush to get those V2 rockets.
Well, they, it's just weird that they give these Nazi scientists amnesty and all these things, and then they're like, "Oh, let's go to space." I've heard. Now I don't know how true it is, because I wasn't there in '69 or any of them times, and it's not like I've ever seen actual footage of it. But I've heard from people that's was high up in the government and retired out of the intelligence community and all these things. So I don't know how true it is, but I heard from some of them guys that I know that they took a Ouija board up and they did a seance in the rocket, either on the moon or around the moon. Now I don't know how true that is, but I wouldn't put it past them necessarily.
Yeah, I never heard of that, but that's pretty crazy if true.
What's crazy? What if the sun and the moon isn't what people think it is? Because it says it's given for signs and for seasons, right? But when you actually read Genesis, it says that God created light and day. And then it says that he put a bigger light in the sky to govern the day and a lesser light in the night, right? So which means he already created light and dark. And then he put them up there to represent, light and dark for us and stuff. But they're also for signs and seasons and all these things, So it's just crazy to me.
Well, even cosmologically, there would still be light before our sun was made.
Right.
Because we have like a second generation star, I think, or a third generation star. Like it has iron in it, so it can't be one of the very first stars. So there was already light in the universe before our star was made.
Well, this one thing I've learned, 90 some percent of solar systems or whatever that they've observed, they have a binary star. Sometimes it's 3 stars. So that's the consensus, publicly, is that majority of solar systems have a binary star. Okay, well, I am under the impression as well that we have a binary star, and it's kind of like a magnet, how it has 2 sides and they're different polarities and all these things. But if we have a binary star, it would be the same effect that they've witnessed in other solar systems to a degree, which is that the binary star gets within 17 million miles or how many ever millions of miles away from the solar system, the one it's entering, and it starts pulling photons and helium and whatever other particles from the original star to itself in an exchange. And then that star changes its composition and it starts doing things, and sometimes they, fade out or whatever. But if we have a binary star, and if it is on its path, then one day it would pull photons and all these things away from our star toward it, and our star would change its composition, maybe for just a little bit or whatever. It would eventually stabilize whenever it left. But it's ironic because I've heard about this prophecy about 3 days of darkness and all these other things, and in the Bible it talks about how the sun is going to be blackened. So a star that's the opposite polarity would be denser than the original star because it's the opposite. So with that gravitational field entering into a solar system, it's good. Like the Bible says, the power of heavens are going to be shaken. The sky is going to recede and roll up like a scroll. All the mountains are going to be moved from their place. Islands. Yeah, it's just crazy to me because we have a lot of things to face if we're around when it happens. Now, if we're not around, don't matter. But it's just crazy.
So with the binary star thing, I've seen some stuff written about like Nemesis, like there might be a brown dwarf out in the Oort cloud or something like that. But in regards to like a star having like opposite polarity and having like some kind of like destructive relationship because it's like an opposite polarity, like I don't know about that stuff. I mean, it's possible to have binary systems for sure, and we might even have a very sort of weak version of that. If we did, it would be huge. But like what you're describing, I think we would have observational evidence of if it was like a star that like is putting out light. The thing about a brown dwarf is it's not putting out light. That's why it's called Nemesis, and why we wouldn't really detect it. But what does happen, and we have observed with other local stars, is micronova events, and these pushes out a bunch of gas into the solar system, and it would completely change. Well, our poles would change immediately, and also it would cause the light to block out because of all the dust. We wouldn't see the light for a little bit. And it would cause, oh my gosh, a lot of issues on this planet. If we had a micronova, it would probably be a mass extinction event.
Yeah, absolutely. When you deal with something as on the scale that a star is on, but as for like observing the star, it wouldn't necessarily always be possible because, for one, there's only like one specific direction that we ourselves can see out in space. There's like blind spots that we have, that we just can't see anything. Also, it would be a different light spectrum. And as you know, only 3% of light is visible to us. So you'd have to have, some kind of technology or something. But if people that monitored space knew that this stuff was going to happen, they wouldn't tell people because it would cause mass hysteria. And the last thing they want is a bunch of people killing each other. I know it sounds crazy because you always hear the opposite about how they want people to die and this and that. But really what they seek to do is to defile people while they're alive. They seek for people to defile themselves and, partake of whatever their lusts are and stuff. But anyway, they wouldn't tell people because, sometimes really it would be best if people don't know certain things, because the Bible talks about that, about how once you know something, you're accountable for it or whatever. So, it's hard telling. I just know that you're going to see the weather change dramatically. The equatorial line's already moving a little bit as we speak.
Well,
And
that's happening because the magnetosphere is changing.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. The magnetosphere changing would be the first step of a binary star affecting our sun, because
I don't think that's what it is, though. I don't think it's the binary star. I think we might be going. So there's every 6,000 to 12,000 years, there's these cycles that we seem to go through. And there's isotopes on our planet and other planets that we can't explain, because if it came from a supernova, it wouldn't have been able to get through our heliopause, because we have a magnetosphere over our entire solar system. So it would have repulsed it away like magnetically. So like that was like the big mystery of like, why do we have these radioactive isotopes that should be from supernovas in our own solar system? And it seems that it's most likely that these micronova events line up with why we would have the supernova isotopes here. And it's probably because of something in the galactic plane. Like, we are moving around a plane, and so there might be some region of space that we go through that causes our star to act differently. I don't think it's a binary star, but then again, it could be a star that we pass by that could cause this as well. So I don't think that I'm not completely discounting what you're saying. It's just like some of the mechanics I take a little issue with.
Right. And I
Yeah.
understand that. When you look at ancient societies, a lot of them, when they depict the sky, Jupiter and Venus and all these planets were much bigger or in different places than what they are now. So we've been floating, like you said, through this plane, and it's been a relatively stable plane until we hit a new area that we haven't hit or something. People every year, people look at a meteor shower that happens in September. It happens every year in September. There's a specific meteor shower. But with all the space debris and junk and everything out there, particles and all this stuff floating, dust, and when they classify dust on a space level, it's normally like particles that's probably like the size of your fist or 90 pounds or something. So that's what they classify as dust sometimes. But you hit a new area in the debris belt or the asteroid belt, and next thing you know, you got some serious problems.
I had to look it up because I forgot what it was. It's called the Kessler syndrome, is what you're talking about.
The Kessler syndrome?
Yeah, it's because we have too much junk in space that eventually it's going to be one cascading chain of events where like one satellite will end up bumping into another. That'll cause it to fracture and become like a shotgun, which will damage more satellites, and that will be a cascading effect that will exponentially increase until the entire orbit around the Earth will be impossible for our rockets to get through. It'll be like
Right.
this like shield that prevents us from leaving the Earth, and eventually it's going to land too. That's another thing. It's going to burn up in the atmosphere. Some of it can burn up really easily, but other stuff, and we don't know everything that's up there. We know we went through a Cold War with Russia, and they were always talking about Star Wars. Yeah, it's against the treaty to put nukes up there, but let's be honest. Are we so sure that there's no nukes in space? I'm not so sure about that.
Well, I know that you've got the Space Force. That's a thing.
Yeah.
But also, nuclear matter is one thing, but other types of matter is different. Much more worse than nuclear. And some of those satellites are powered by things that are worse than nuclear bombs and stuff. So if they were to hit the Earth and release their payload, which is what their reserves and all that stuff is, and also they send a lot of stuff out in space, that they're scared of or whatever. Just like sometimes they create viruses in laboratories and they lock it in a box and sink it to the bottom of the ocean somewhere where they know there's like a trench that leads to like a volcanic area or something, because they're scared of what they made. So it's really, like you said, hard telling what's in space.
Yeah. This is a really fascinating conversation. So I hate to end it, but it's about to be midnight and I'm going to church tomorrow. I'm taking that liturgy. So I need to close out the stream here soon. I'll end it with a prayer. But is there any last words you guys wanted to say before we kind of close it up?
Yes, sir. I'd like to say that I love you all, and I really do. I wish you well in Christ, and I pray He keeps you. And God willing, I'll be on another time.
God willing.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Michael. Howdy, you got anything?
Yeah. It's funny, it goes back to the darkness thing. So, let's say for something celestially devastating to happen, let's say, it's hard not to be able to predict something like that. Like you could just like measure the movements of planets and stuff, and you can gather, oh well, there's probably something here because of these motions, and you just calculate that. But like you said, like something can fly in, like not in our solar system, but from wherever it can just fly in and do whatever. But it couldn't really be a star because we would see it. Like we know, like the closest star, and a star can't really sneak up on you. But a rogue planet or a black hole could sneak up on you, especially if it's like going pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that's like two possibilities to consider. I say, and it's just interesting, like darkness being about something like imperceptible, and you're sort of you don't know what's going to happen, or you're not prepared or something like that. I'm just rambling, but I'll leave it at that, and hopefully catch you around another time.
All right, sounds good. God be with both of you.
All right, take care, Dan.
All right, see ya.
See.
All right, folks, a wonderful conversation with Howdy and Knight of Honor. Longest outro ever, Howdy. Christ is risen. Okay, so real quick before I read this prayer, darkness. What does it feel like when we're in darkness? We lose who we are because we don't see ourselves. We stumble around in the darkness. We don't know our way. You could be in the same spot in the darkness, or you could be 20 miles or light years away in the darkness, and it wouldn't make any difference because you have no orientation of where you are. Christ is the light. He shows us who we are. O Lord Jesus Christ, let me know myself in you, and desire nothing save only you. Let me hate myself and love you. Let me do everything for the sake of you. Let me humble myself and exalt you. Let me think of nothing except you. Let me die to myself and live in you. Let me accept whatever happens as from you. Let me banish myself and follow you, and ever desire to follow you. Let me flee from myself and take refuge in you, that I may deserve to be defended by you. Let me fear for myself. Let me fear you, and let me be among those who are chosen by you. Let me distrust myself and put my trust in you. Let me be willing to obey for the sake of you. Let me cling to nothing but you, and let me be poor because of you. Look upon me, that I may love you. Beckon me, that I may see you, and forever rejoice in you. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Folks, I say it every time, but it never becomes less important. God loves mankind. He is searching you out. God loves mankind. Sleep well tonight. And rest in this eternal victory. because God loves mankind. See ya.